outside of it.
Don't tell anybody.
I don't even know at this point. I haven't even thought that far ahead. It'll probably be much of the same because I believe there needs to be independent voices that are talking about what's going on in Canada. I'm still going to be in Canada, just be reporting on it from outside of Canada. So I plan to leave in the fall of this year when our lease is up here, all being well. And then I'm just going to travel around multiple different countries trying to figure out if any of them are better or worse.
Try Singapore.
Curacao. I'll see you in
can't
that.
afford that. I can't afford Singapore. You said that. What would your place if nothing was any object? I would go to Singapore, but yeah, I can't afford.
Singapore's expensive.
Where would I?
California, under a bridge, isn't that what you were saying?
Yeah,
If you could pick a bridge, it'd be in
If I
California.
could pick anywhere, I really like Santa Barbara. But again, it's in the States, right? So it's not like I would want to go there. You know what I mean? It's just like, as far as all the places I've ever visited. Otherwise, I haven't been to all these other places. I'd like to try. I'd go to Singapore. I'd check it out. I'd check out Malaysia. I'd check out a few other Asian countries. Maybe I will.
I had Belize at the top of my list for a while. I really wanted to move there, but then somebody told my wife that a couple of Canadians got killed there, and that ruined everything. So that can't happen anywhere. There can't be murders at all. But now that we've been to Curacao, that place is at the top of the list by a
Unfortunately, I'm going to be the guy who says Canada's at the top of my list.
Oh, TK.
Look, vacationing in all these other places sounds great, but just coming back home to me,
Coming back home to shovel, to wipe the car off.
And Luke, the door will always be open here for you. You decide to come back later on after you travel the world and you say all these other countries suck too, the door will be open here for you. And Daryl,
He's got the passport. Like, he's keeping the health care. He's keeping, like, the benefits.
Every 6
just
months a
in
year.
case. He's coming to get his medication when he needs it, right? But, like, otherwise, he's out of here. I don't blame you. I want to do the exact same fucking thing. If my wife's on a pretty crazy medication that we're very lucky to get for a very, very low price of $0 for now anyways. But, like, if we moved, this is, like, refrigerated crazy stuff. Like, so we have to move somewhere where we can have it, like, sent to us from here because they won't send it directly there. So we actually have to stay citizens just for medication, funny enough. Because that would bankrupt most people to pay for this medication, which is just another great thing about Canada. Because it probably costs like 18 cents to make this stuff, but they charge like thousands of dollars a vial. It's vile what they charge per vial. I guess that's how they came up with the name. All right, TK, always a pleasure. Luke, thank you for remembering to join us today. We appreciate it. I'm glad it's such an
we appreciate it. Yeah,
always a pleasure. Always.
And we wish you
thank
much
you guys.
success.
Much more success.
Continue to do what you're doing, man.
Same to you guys, man.
Just do us a favor, like mention us on your show or something. Give us a little bit of sub action over here. Give us a little bit of entrails.
I was on the Canadian real estate show the other day, and something like that.
Yeah, I will do, man.
No, you don't have to do. You don't have to. If you do, we'd love that.
I
That'd be
have
great.
such a bad memory. I get carried away
Sure,
through.
you know. We know you every day.
Fired up.
Oh, you know you every day. It's for me. It was a pleasure. Enjoy your travels. Good luck to you. We'll have to have you on maybe after you move. That'd be pretty cool. See what's going on with you. Maybe before.
Sounds good, yeah.
Love watching your stuff.
Marketing, if you haven't checked out Luke's channel, check it out. If you haven't liked, commented, and subscribed on our channel yet, just ask yourself, look in the mirror and ask yourself, what am I really doing with my life?
Yeah. How important is this sub for me? Really? Like, it's like it's gold, TK. And don't forget about the Clips channel, the juggernaut of the show. The Clips channel, check it out. Everybody, TK.
Sign on.
If you're buying a house because you don't do it, run for your life. Mr. Morgan Housel.
He's the author of
The Psychology of Money, one of the best-selling business books of this decade.
In December 2020, retired Israeli security chief said there's a galactic federation and they're staying hidden right now because we're not ready for them.
You're retarded.
And then the moment came when they went to go purchase some of these items. And they purchased a few of these lower priced items, but then there was that one other thing that cost $20. And they wanted to get it for free. I'm like, I couldn't turn away. For narcissists, admiration and validation are the air that they breathe. Without it, they cannot function. They're lost, and they honestly would feel like they were suffocating. Social media, when it came along, became the mothership of all narcissists. Because now, for the first time, they could just sit home from the comfort of their home, post edited photographs and bizarre things that they want to say, and just sit back and wait for followers and likes. It changed the seeking game and the validation seeking game to a whole new level. It takes us back to our original premise. Narcissists are deeply insecure. And because of that, in some ways it's almost like they don't have a fully formed sense of self. So they count on the world to provide that. It's almost like they're like a sculpture that's not fully made, so they need other people to keep putting the clay on it so it turns into something. So they really do look to the world for that. And in that way, that's part of why narcissists are often so frustrated and so rageful. Because without it, they almost feel edgy, like a junkie waiting for a fix. They need people to tell them, you're great, you're attractive, you're smart, I love you, I can't get enough of you, and on and on and on. In the absence of validation, in the absence of admiration, we often feel quite empty. And emptiness is never a good state for a person to be in. In fact, that's often when people start getting into trouble. That emptiness can often be filled with things like drugs and alcohol, food, spending, sex, lots of things that aren't good for you. And it's often why narcissists often seem to have really unregulated appetites. Feeling empty? Go out and buy a $10,000 bag. Feeling like no one is validating you? Go out and do cocaine. So the two things often tend to go together and can really be a setup for narcissists to get themselves into even more trouble, including addiction. So when we look at this sort of core concept of the validation and admiration seeking, let's think about what it does to anyone who's with them. So let's just start with sort of an intimate relationship. When we're in an intimate relationship with someone, certainly in the early months and maybe even the early year or two, we do admire and validate them a lot. God, you're so attractive, I'm so lucky. They'll often say slightly more intense things that should be red flags for you, like, this is the greatest love story ever and no one is ever going to love you like I do. It's all very big. It's all very admiration seeking. Both of you are telling the other one how wonderful the other one is. You can only keep that up for so long. At some point, things like the dishwasher needing to be emptied, and the laundry needing to be done, and bills needing to be paid are going to supplant the need to say, you're so great all the time. And you're going to start thinking, like, well, aren't we in a rhythm? I think we've established we're great, we're in a committed relationship, but it's never enough for them. And if you don't compliment them the way they want, so think of it this way. I remember someone once saying how she was sharing how she was having a particularly rough week. They had kids and busy life and didn't quite have enough money. And her partner had some sort of achievement at work. And she did not congratulate him the right way. She's like, oh, that's great. And then she's like, could you hand me that stuff? I need to finish making the salad. It's like, threw the stuff on the ground. What? Do you know how important this is? I can't believe you didn't tell me how great I am. Like, this is such a big deal. You're so ungrateful. And then he kind of went off on his sort of rant of rage. But basically, she validated a little, but not enough. Admiration and validation seeking is also why narcissists tend to be prone to having extramarital affairs or to cheating or being unfaithful. Your validation at some point is not going to be enough. That takes us to a topic called narcissistic supply. For narcissists, Other people are almost like cargo ships, bringing validation into the harbor. And if you think your validation is going to be enough, absolutely not. In fact, the validation they get from one person over time, it tends to get stale. So they keep having to get it from other sources. Some people will get it from coworkers and friends and family. They constantly need people telling you, you're so great, you're so great, you're so great. But in an intimate partnership over time, they may find that their partner's supply, as it were, that's getting a little dull. So they go and find someone new. And obviously in the first few months of an affair, they're buying them gifts, they're doing this, they're doing that. That new person, their new lover, is saying, you're so great, you're so wonderful. Oh my gosh, your wife, your husband are so lucky to have you. Again, you're seeking out validation and admiration. Not necessarily that they will lead to marriage, it just needs some fresh narcissistic supply. And in that way, it is why it is so exhausting to be with narcissists. I often say that it's because of admiration and validation. It's so easy to deal with a narcissist because if you can just sort of get your head around it, kind of psych yourself up and say, okay, I'm going to admire him for about 5 minutes to get what I need and get out of there. I know that sounds manipulative, but it may be the only way to deal with them, especially, for example, in a workplace setting. The ones that will stop the staff meeting like, hey, everyone wants to hear about what I did right, and are very much willing to extol their virtues and talk about how great they are to everyone who will stand so long. And so what can happen is if you have a narcissistic boss, it can often be really easy to keep them right where you need them, compliment them. Oh my gosh, I love your tie, you inspired me so much. You might even want to write them down ahead of time and like pull them out of your desk drawer. Okay, today I'm going to try, you inspired me, love your tie, and I'm always so happy to work with you. And then mix them up and try another 3 validations the next day. It's a way to kind of get them out of your way. They need it so much. It's like a crying baby. Once you feed them some admiration and validation, you will have appeased them long enough to move them out of your way so you can go do what you need to do. But if this is a close relationship, that's very different. You don't want to think that your marriage or your long-term partnership is going to be really about you saying inane, empty words to a person just to shut them up. Because sadly, that might be the only way, if you're stuck in a relationship with a narcissist, to keep that ship afloat. If you have a narcissistic parent, you may have found yourself remembering that, gosh, as a kid, I often did have to tell mom how attractive she was, or how great her cooking was, or tell dad how great he was. Like, you might even remember really praising dad and sort of giving great gratitude to dad for everything he does, but it was very one-sided. It wasn't like everyone was sort of sharing a positive regard for everyone else. That dynamic can persist into adulthood, making it really exhausting to be dragging all that narcissistic supply to the front door every time you go to visit your parents. This can happen with friends, this can happen with siblings, but when you feel that all they need is admiration and validation, it can be really, really tiresome. Remember, you can look at watching a person on social media. The people who really appear to be out there, like more and more edited images, more and more outrageous images, maybe even more and more risque or ridiculous, or sort of inducing images or words just to get people to engage with them or tell them you look so pretty, you look so nice. And it can get a little bit much after a while. You're thinking like, how many times does my 35-year-old friend need to post that vacation? I know a lot of people say, no, they're just influencers. I don't know that they're influencers. I do think that they probably are just simply chronic validation seekers, and they're trying to turn it into a job title. So it's very much an exhausting element of the dynamics of chronically admiration and validation seeking. The best analogy I could really end up on is if you've ever been scuba diving or watched someone in the movie or something like that scuba diving, you see they have a tank on their back and an air hose that goes to their mouth, goes to the water. It's their only source of air. For a narcissist, if there isn't admiration and validation, it's like someone turns off that, kinks that hose or turns off that air supply so they can't have any more. If you were a scuba diver and your air supply got cut off, you would panic. And that's exactly how a narcissist feels when their validation stops. And you'll see it when you're in the middle of a crowd and all the attention isn't on them. It can be a little bit uncomfortable. They may be willing to get off the stage for a little while. Again, if you're in a relationship with a narcissist and happens to be your big night, don't be surprised if your narcissist halfway through the evening says, You know what, I have a headache, I'm not feeling really well, I might need to go home, I'll catch up with you there. And I'm sure many of you can reflect on times when it was your night. Like, whether it was your partner, a parent, a friend, or a sister, kind of said, I don't think I wanna stay any longer, not feeling well, you have a good time. You simply didn't really tolerate watching you get admiration and validation, which is any one of you watching these videos knows that part of the reason you got so deep into this mess in the narcissistic relationship you were in, whoever it was with, is because you kept giving second chances. And a big part of those second chances were the excuses you made for the narcissist. So part of it, and think about one big issue. Where does narcissism come from? Any of you who've read my books and watched other videos, we know that narcissism comes from a mix of a little bit of a temperament, like people come into the world, some people are just born a little bit more grumpy and difficult, but that mixes with things that happen in childhood. And we know that people can become narcissistic through a variety of paths. Parents who spoiled them, parents who were emotionally unavailable, parents who neglected them, parents who abused them, having gone through trauma, having grown up in a traumatic situation or setting. All of those things can potentially contribute to the development and manifestation of adulthood narcissism. So if we go back on that, and if you think about, you know what, this person is quite selfish, self-absorbed, unempathic, entitled, superficial, etc., etc., etc. You're like, he had a really hard childhood. Oh my God, his mom is so awful. That's what I mean by an excuse. Many times a person's history becomes an excuse. They sort of proverbial get out of jail free card on their current behavior. Now, while it might be compassionate to always account for a person's history, to understand how they may respond in a given situation. For example, you may meet someone and they've had a traumatic history in childhood or even in adulthood, and will say, you know what, because this really tough thing happened to me, it's hard for me to make a commitment. So I'm going to be taking this slow, and I hope you understand that. That's a very honest and vulnerable disclosure that somebody can work with. That's very different than a person who chronically invalidates you, verbally abuses you, gaslights you, manipulates you, lies to you, yells at you. And when you finally call them out on that, they'll say, oh, God, you gotta give me a second chance. You know how it was, I grew up with such a rough dad. No. That's an explanation after the fact, a rationalization of the bad behavior that came first. This is not someone who sat with you and said, hey, you know what? I often have trouble communicating in a relationship because of how I was raised. Please catch me on that because I want to grow. That's not how it happens. When it's used as a rationalization, when their backstory, when their history is conveniently pulled out as an excuse for their bad behavior, this is a great chance for you to gracefully exit in a very compassionate way and say, I'm sorry that happened to them, not my problem. Because that's the key you've got to remember. You're not responsible for their history. And nothing you do can undo that history for them. So many people buy into the fairy tale myth that if I love this person enough, if I'm good enough to them, if I sit here and listen to them the way their parents did, then that will clean the slate and all of that bad stuff will go away. And they'll fall into the water of my love and they'll get it. Kind of not how it goes. If they've already done that growth before they get to you, wonderful. Keep in mind that a toxic, difficult, traumatic early history does not doom a person to not being able to have healthy, loving adult relationships. I have worked with countless individuals who have had very traumatic histories and have gone on to deeply loving adult relationships. But that's because the person who experienced the trauma did the deep dive, they did the work to get to the core of it instead of taking it out on somebody else. So narcissists will often pull their
sometimes really difficult histories out and almost weaponize it. Use it as an excuse so that in the midst of a heartfelt debate, when you're sharing your feelings, you're sharing your hurt, they'll pull that out. And in many ways, it sort of invalidates your experience because now you say, oh, he's playing the early childhood trauma card again. How am I supposed to say anything? Because now you feel guilty. It's a really inappropriate gambit to take in a relationship, and it needs to be a wake-up call. If you keep making excuses for somebody's inappropriate, mean, cruel, harsh, abusive behavior in a relationship, I can promise you one thing and one thing only. Their behavior is not going to change. It is so tempting to make excuses on the basis of a person's history. But a person who's really had a difficult life history will often take ownership of it on the front end and really commit themselves to getting it right and be open to communication from their partner or whoever's close to them about how to get it right. And this isn't just limited to intimate relationships. This can even happen with a parent. Your own parent, you might say to them, listen, you've been invalidating me my entire life. Please stop. And your parent will say, oh, that's all I know, your grandmother or grandfather abused the heck out of me. The same thing. The fact is, the moment they became a parent, they needed to get their house in order. And they needed to work on their history and not make it your problem. So catch yourself. The best sort of rule of thumb when working with or being with or trying to love or trying to have a relationship with a narcissist is no excuses. As much as excuses may feel like a compassionate path to take, instead what it does is it informs you that this person may not have done the work and the growth they need to have a healthy relationship. Doesn't mean you have to walk away from the relationship, but it is a wake-up call that if you find yourself chronically making excuses for this person, the one thing you can be sure of, this relationship is going to go nowhere fast. Making excuses for narcissists is the reason many times these relationships can last 10, 20, 50, 60 years. Because if you make enough excuses, you construct an entire new reality. And a reality that's probably not good for you. I remember being a little kid, and I never got away with stuff. I was like sort of a deeply neurotic child. And I'd watch these kids like really get away with stuff. And anytime I tried to sort of get out of my lane or color out of the lines, I always got caught. So I want to tell you guys a story, because this is probably an interesting way for me to tell this, because this is when I saw this, it really gave me pause. You gotta remember, I get to travel a lot for work. It can be exhausting, but it gives me exposure to lots of people. And some people collect seashells. I collect narcissistic stories. And as you can imagine, I don't talk to people a lot on airplanes because it's just all too much for me. I put on my headphones, I put on an eye mask, and I call it a day. So when I was traveling, there was a man, it was part of a larger group I was with. And we had an opportunity to purchase some things during part of this trip. And they were sold, like, one was $2, you could get, 3 for $5. But then there was this other product they sold, and you couldn't get it as part of the package. You had to buy it separately for like $20 or something like that. I bought my 2 things, I paid the listed price. It felt like a store, like I was going to bargain for it, and I was done. Then there was this guy in the group. Now, he had a lot of money. He talked to everyone about his money. He had a really nice car, and he had really nice jewelry, and he had a really fancy wife, and the wife had fancy jewelry. And they were like, I don't know, like the millionaire with his wife on Gilligan's Island. Like, they were fancy. And I remember noticing that because they were sort of larger than life. And then the moment came when they went to go purchase some of these items. And they purchased a few of these lower priced items, but then there was that one other thing that cost $20. And they wanted to get it for free. I'm like, I couldn't turn away. The narcissism person in me, I was like, ooh, how is this gonna go down? So they talked to the cook, and he's like, I come to this place a lot. I like this place. I bought 3 of your things. You need to give me that other thing. That's almost like it contains all of them. It's like you're buying separate things, and it gives you. I'm trying to I'm not giving you full details, but I don't want to out the people in the situation. I want the other thing for free, which in essence, the thing you wanted for free was actually worth more than the other things he was buying. he was buying $10 worth of stuff and he wanted the 20 the thing for free. And she wasn't having it. She sort of squared off and said, no. And it's like, come on. And he really kept going and going. I mean, he must have spent 10 minutes trying to wear it out. She wouldn't have it. Well, then he moves on to somebody else. And this guy, I think, was probably higher tier than the person at the counter. And then he wandered with him over to a side part of the shop and said, this is why you need to do this. And then he found a way to have a conversation with this guy about something they both cared about. I think it was a sports team or something. They're they're talking about the sports team. Yeah, you're so clever. You know, these gals at the desk. He started meeting the woman at the desk and telling this guy, the manager kind of guy, you're great. And guess what happened? That manager guy gave him the $20 thing. I was so mad. I'm like, damn it. Another narcissist gets away with it. But here's what happened when I was looking at the store. You might think, well, why don't you go try to get that $20 thing for free? I would have actually liked it. Because I would have been too embarrassed. For me to harass sales staff like that, for something that wasn't that important to me, I'm not sure that I would even do it if it was important to me. It was uncomfortable. Clearly, those sales staffers were uncomfortable. And ultimately, even though the one guy was laughing with him about the sports store, you could see that all he wanted to do was get rid of the guy. For me, the idea that I would make someone else uncomfortable, keep putting him in the position of having to say no, and keep being insistent in the face of that, it really showed me, interestingly, that the guy, the narcissistic guy, actually didn't care how these other people felt. All that he cared about for free. And this is a guy for whom $20 was like 2 cents to me. It was all about the win. When he got the $20 product, I was within earshot of the group he was with, and he was almost like devalued. He's like, got that for free, and then tossed it to his wife as though it was worthless. So he literally devalued the thing he fought hard for. It was almost like he love bombed that little $20 thing and had no need for it. In essence, what I saw was, I made me wonder as we drove off in the bus, how did those two staffers feel at that store? I imagine that it was getting towards the end of the day. I think the place was going to close soon. That it probably ruined their day. They probably got this was a long day, and I ended the day on this guy who just was such a jerk and gave me a hard time. And ultimately just gave him the $20 thing to get rid of him. So let's think about that. They enabled him. And you understand why they enabled him. Because you're thinking, I would want to get rid of him too. The $20 thing probably only cost the store like $2. So it wasn't really a loss for them per se, like in terms of the material. They just mark it up a lot. So in terms of the accounting of the store, it's not like they were giving away a diamond necklace. So they didn't lose financially. And the two staffers probably said, to heck with it, even if they docked my pay, it was worth it to get rid of this person. But the narcissist, he must have felt like he won. So any of you who are amateur psychologists or psychology students, or not even amateur, would be thinking, what's the best way to get someone to repeat a behavior? Reward it. And there is the issue. Because narcissists often don't care what certain people think of them, particularly sales staff, waiters and waitresses, and people who are in service professions, because they don't care what they really think of them, and they want to get what they can get, what they feel entitled to, they will behave badly in a way the rest of us will be like, I'm not doing it either. I'm not getting the $20 thing, or I'll give them the $20, even if it's not worth it to me. That's clearly what it costs in this shop. So they keep going. They don't care how they affect other people. In some ways, they don't care what their impact is on other people. And then they often get rewarded for that behavior. They get the best seat in the house. They get to jump to the front of the line. They get the thing at a steep discount. And their grandiosity gets filled up. And they're like, look at me. I'm such a deal maker. Look at how well I negotiate. And they really, really believe they're high. And you know what? They're not entirely wrong. They probably wear people down at the negotiation table because they have no sense of embarrassment. Now, do they have shame? I almost wanted to say no shame, but let's face it, narcissists are governed by shame. But for them, what mutes the shame is the win. The win is if you ran a business and you wanted a salesperson or a deal maker that always closed the deal shamelessly, yeah, you're going to hire a narcissist. So what does that mean for the rest of us? It means that, sadly, especially in areas like sales and negotiation, narcissists often win. Some of you may be watching saying, "Nah, Doc, I don't agree with you on this one." You know, if they keep acting like that, they're going to get called out. By the time they get called out, they might have made a heck of a lot of money. But where it really matters to me is I'm not in sales. Sometimes I got to buy things. I have to buy a new car soon, and I'm dreading the experience. I am dreading the idea of doing that because I can't stand interacting with people like that. So yeah, I'm a sucker. I'm a person who will often pay full price, which I just hope that every car dealer in Southern California did here. But the fact is that because they get rewarded so consistently, that they cash out, they believe their own hype, they are shameless. But when we transfer that behavior to regular life, to close relationships, to parenting, to being a friend or a sibling, it doesn't work. Because for them in an argument, the only thing that matters is to win. They have to win the argument. They have to win the issue. They don't care who they hurt, partner, kid, anyone, as long as they win. That's the self-satisfaction they're seeking to protect that fragile ego. And many times we relent, not that we think they win, but we're just like, enough, okay, fine, we'll do it your way. That's not a win. That's you capitulating. That's you relenting. And maybe not some way you enabling, but I also get it. It's a way of keeping your sanity. But as far as the narcissist is concerned, once again, I got my way because I deserve my way, because I'm me. That's why narcissists so often get their way. Because of a shamelessness, because of their lack of any kind of social awareness, social monitoring, awareness of themselves, awareness of how they affect other people. And that for them, the win is everything. When you can be that single-minded and you get the prize at the end, and you notice that you probably get the prize more often than you deserve, and they don't care about the body count, they don't care about the number of days they ruined for people, they don't care about the number of people they hurt. They just look at the prize, and you know what? The prize is often empty by the time they get it. They're like, I just wanted to win. And it joins the big shelf of trophies, accomplishments, awards, things that they've acquired and no longer care about. Sometimes winning feels good, but it feels best when we do it honestly and we don't hurt other people in the pursuit of it. So when you think about it, that's kind of why they get their way. They're really good at being spoiled kids. All of us need to look inward and ask ourselves, how do we enable the narcissists in our lives? Do we understand why we do it? Do we do it just to avoid the headache? And then really reflect on the fact this is why a narcissist behaves. The narcissist faces no consequences. Nobody really addresses it. And so as a result, whether through our silence or what we say, we keep enabling them. I'm thinking personally of a situation I had in the last year or so. And I was working with a large group on a project. And there was one person in the group who was deeply, deeply narcissistic, toxic. And nobody else was really seeing it. Everything out of this person's mouth, it was getting to the point where even I consider myself sort of like a narcissistic kind of Jedi person. And even I was like, ooh, Robbie, are you losing your touch? But no, I wasn't. This person was just sort of gross and entitled and arrogant, and everything they said was really mean-spirited. I think that even at one point, they shared a picture of their home, which was much nicer than everybody else's. And he made this mean-spirited comment to somebody in the group who actually lives in a very not nice studio apartment. He's like, hey, you want me to give you a picture of my house? Because it's a lot nicer than yours. Maybe you could put it up on your wall so you could see how nice my house is and how awful yours is, huh? Like, this guy just said this. So now I'm looking around the room and nobody's saying anything. It was a really tricky situation for me to be in because it was a group stuff done, okay? And yet I couldn't bear this person. I would go out of my way. It was like musical chairs. I'd always show up to group meals earlier than everyone else so I could stake out a position and then cover everything with like sweaters and stuff so there's no way I could end up sitting near this person. I would actually get up so I wouldn't need to sit near this person. And when like transportation was being worked out, I was very careful to make sure I wouldn't get next to this person. Like I put a lot of effort into this. So I was in an interesting position. I didn't call this person out because this group would have actually thought I was being mean. And yet the person's behavior was really problematic. It was almost like this was a dead weight. So it was a group of 10 people that everyone was sort of humoring. So that idea of just humoring someone is enabling them. All I could wonder is I only needed to see this person for 2 days and then that was that. 2 days, 3 days kind of thing. How was it for the people who actually had to work with this person regularly? Who had to listen to their mean-spirited comments and hey, and their sort of their counterproductive comments and again an unkindness that cuts through them. I'm sure many of you can relate to this story that there's a group where you seem to be the only one, or one of the only ones, seeing that like this is not cool, this is not healthy, this doesn't feel good, and everyone else is like, well, isn't this just come on? The way we enable narcissists is in a couple of ways. Number one is when we say nothing. Now, here's where I kind of feel guilty because I didn't say something to this person because it was a tactical decision because I didn't want to be. So in my fashion, I was enabling them because I wasn't saying this person needs to be out, this person needs to be done. I wasn't participating in it because I would never ever have a conversation with this person. And when he'd speak, I'd often not engage at that point because the things he was saying was counterproductive. But the fact of the matter is when we lie silent, for example, a great example would be a family system. For example, hijacks the holiday table, or all the family functions, or the family reunion, or the family wedding. That nobody says anything because they often don't want to ruin the holiday, or the family get together, or the family reunion, or the birthday party, or the wedding. They don't want to ruin it. They don't want to ruin it for the person whose birthday it is. They don't want to ruin it for the bride or the groom. And we can all get around that. But it is a key example. Because we often stay silent in the face of it, in our fashion, we do enable it. Another way we do enable it is that we actually go along and tell this person, aren't you great? Now, sometimes we do this because we're trying to appease the narcissist to get them out of our way. But until you know that you're dealing with a narcissist, in some ways that enables it. When we give narcissists promotions in jobs, we enable them. When we give them awards for their work, despite the number of people, we enable them. When we celebrate them in a family system because they're the one who comes up with all the money, even though they're really verbally abusive, we enable them. And if we want to extend this one line further, this is what the world does. When we put them on the front pages of the papers and we give them big awards and we pay so much attention to their BS, we enable them. When we ensure that they get higher salaries because they're such great deal makers, when we let them go on their crazy tirades in their first-class airplane seats, when she wants them to shut up, we enable them. And when the world is doing this, it gets really hard for us as individuals. Every one of us does this because the fact of the matter is, most of us, and I agree with this, don't think it's worth the time and effort to take the narcissist on. It often results in a lot of distress for us, a lot of wasted mental energy, and so we let the beat go on. We don't take them on. And in some ways, they interpret our silence as agreement. Now here's the interesting piece. Narcissists need supply, and narcissists need validation. One thing you can do is cut off the air supply. You don't need to engage, you don't need to give them compliments. Just remain gray rock, remain silent, or remain so uninteresting that they. And that's where gray rock is a somewhat powerful technique, I should say. But the fact is, when the whole world colludes to enable them, because we're afraid of conflict, because we want everyone to get along, because we don't want the headache, and the fact is because we recognize in some ways we're helpless, hopeless, in the face of really toxic people, we do have to take a good, hard look at how the world enables us. When we look at some of the current scandals in the world, a lot of the reason they got as far as they did was because we enabled them. These people were told they were great, and they got the wanted promotions and titles and awards and accolades, and everyone paid attention to them, and everybody thought they were just the greatest until they didn't. And the people who were victimized by them knew there was no way anyone was going to believe them. That can happen in a company, and that can happen in a family. It's actually a dynamic you'll sometimes see in families that are characterized by abuse. The abuser is enabled because nobody wants to take it on, because they don't want to admit that that's what's happening in their family. And another thing that does drive enabling is denial. To a final point on this, many of you, when you hear the word enable, you might be thinking of the addiction literature, that alcoholics are enabled, drug addicts are enabled. Yeah, and it's from a similar place, right? We facilitate it. We don't call them out. We let them engage in their denial. The bills are getting paid. We don't want to deal with them. We don't want to take it on. We want to pretend that the family is perfect. But narcissism falls under the same blanket. The only way we can stop this is if we do pay attention. I guess the way I try to deal with it is try to get information out there, but I'm being honest. When I think about how I conducted myself with that person in that difficult person in that work group, I was an enabler in that moment. I didn't want to lose the regard of those other people because I respected them, and I didn't want to take that courageous stance. Other times I have, and I've been proud of myself, but others, I made that call. So like I said, none of us, not me, not you, not any of us are fully immune to this. What we need to do is to pay attention. If down the road I'm asked about this person and said, would you recommend this person for X or Y? I'd say absolutely not. We do have opportunities in our lives to try to stop these cycles. So when we have them, we take them, we be kind to ourselves, but all of us should practice that mindfulness. Be aware of how we do enable narcissists, because our enabling might mean somebody else is getting hurt.
Narcissistic relationships are basically two-way streets of shame. People who are in the relationship feel shame. Narcissism in and of itself is a shame-based pattern. Their percolating sense of inadequacy, it's all brewing under consciousness, and when it gets pinged, the shame gets activated. For example, someone might criticize them, or they don't get a promotion or something, and they react with rage. Such fun, right? For the people in the relationship, they feel shame for so many reasons. They are often shamed by the narcissistic person. People around them may shame them for not understanding that relationships are hard or families are complicated. People in these relationships may feel ashamed for choosing the narcissistic person. They may feel ashamed for staying in the relationship. They may feel ashamed by being from such a toxic family or being in such a toxic relationship. They may feel ashamed at how the narcissistic person or people treat them in public, treat them at all. Lots of shame, which can often result in isolation for a person who is in a narcissistic relationship. Now, with all that shame, especially for people who don't yet sort of fully get narcissism or can't easily get out of the relationship, there is a dynamic that is also a double-edged sword. You should know by now, if you have been watching this series, that taking them on, calling them out, or even getting into an argument with them is a pointless endeavor. For folks who are stuck in these relationships, especially if you are engaged in caregiving, co-parenting, or it's your job, you simply can't afford to be fighting all the time. So people, and this may also help you learn what narcissism is about, people may just do what the narcissistic person asks them to do. It's often easier. It shuts them up, it keeps the trains moving on time, it gets the narcissistic person off your back for a minute. It may also be how you were programmed in childhood to simply comply or go along with what the narcissistic person wanted, and you may not have had much of a choice. Where it gets really interesting, and actually quite gross, is that if you do exactly what they want, they may actually praise you, again, in a gross way. It may be passive-aggressive praise, but it will be praise. Things like, well, good for you. That wasn't so hard, was it? Or they might say, wow, look how good you're doing. Or, wow, good job. See how easy that is? So it's praise, but it's often enrobed in contempt or mockery or dismissiveness. But it's sort of praise, and people learn if you comply, whether it's praise or you just get an easier life out of it, things go smoother. And that's challenging because it explains why so many narcissistic people are enabled in their relationships. Because people can't get into it with them 10 times a day. But also people get indoctrinated into these patterns. All of these things often happen quite gradually. You may initially have tried to push back. So then back to that shame. When we get that praise for complying with them, it doesn't feel like ordinary good praise. It feels like I had to devalue myself and keep silent and shut up and do what this narcissistic person wants. And they give me their messed up, patronizing version of praise.
Hi, that's
So
for Keith.
your reason for doing what the narcissistic person wants, can you respect what they're asking?
Looked it up, $6.
Keep things running and keep life going. And you have and are doing many really praiseworthy things in your life, but the narcissistic person is not going to notice them unless they're at service to them. None of this feels good. And it really kind of creates a gross dynamic in the relationship that brings up that shame. I understand why people in these relationships, especially those who decide to stay, or it's more complex, it's a family system or whatever, but they just do what the narcissistic person wants. You end up doing a sort of mental calculation, decide it may not be worth the strife or the stress for others in the household, or people who are around you, or the wasted time, or the psychological bandwidth to fight it. So you do what they want because it's easier. But you're not doing it for them. Frankly, it may be for you more as a workaround. So in that moment, when you do something for this unfortunate reason, it doesn't feel good at all. So having it be praised can bring up a feeling of shame for a person in the relationship. Honestly, there is no easy fix here. If you are going to stay, or some of these relationships have to persist in your life, like family you can't really cut out, jobs you need to keep, friends who are embedded in a larger friend group that you do like, then this is often the smoothest way forward. I often suggest to people that they take stock of the situation so they are clear on their true north. What is truly motivating them to do this behavior? What is the psychic toll of doing this behavior? Is it something that diminishes you in some way? And are you clear on why you did it? Clarity is everything. You may recognize that you give in to their way of doing something because it'll keep the house quiet on the night before a child in the household has a big assignment due the next day. It's not what you want, but it doesn't feel, degrading or personally validating to do it. You don't love that they think you did it their way because you think their way is the right way, but you did it to protect the child, to keep the home serene, to avoid the argument, to avoid interacting with the narcissistic person. So you're clear on why you did it. Not saying you think you're going to change the narcissist or they're going to be happier in the relationship. No, I'm not saying any of this feels good. But having that clarity can circumvent some of the shame of staying in it. Oh, that's a bigger shame. That's a bigger nut to crack, and that's not what this video is about. Listen, somehow the toxic folks in our lives find go figure. But I want to this video is really meant to catch yourself in the shame you may feel of like, they're telling me I did a good job. Well, they're telling me I did a good job because I'm doing exactly what they wanted. Yep, that's right. Be clear on that. But also be clear on why you did that. It's not because you think they're going to change.
Fuck
it's not because you think it's going to get better. And hopefully it's not because you don't think you deserve better. But you're making tactical decisions to keep the trains running on time until you can figure out a different mode of transportation. Thanks again.
This light is $400.
What?
The light is $400. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Depuis 60 ans, on tripe sur le hockey à vos côtés.
À travers les hauts, les bas et chaque moment entre les deux, c'est un sport qui en a fait du chemin. Et ensemble, on peut l'amener encore plus loin.
When someone tells you, I feel like my confidence has been knocked down, it's literally because of this. You could say that the sky is blue and they'll tell you, no, it's not. Someone who's toxic and manipulative wants you to believe that you are the problem. They get you to a point where you open up to them about everything, you trust them with everything.
If we're in a toxic or manipulative relationship, we feel that we're either taken advantage of, things, we ignore our gut signals that are telling us or screaming at us to run in the other direction. So what are the signs we can start to identify that we're in a toxic relationship, being manipulated by maybe our partner, and start to actually listen to our intuition?
The first thing that comes to mind, a toxic relationship or in a manipulative situation, is ask yourself, is what this person asking you to do in your best interest? Is it in your best interest, their best interest? Is it in your best interest, or is it in the best interest of the relationship? Because some people will say, well, you do have to compromise sometimes. Yes, you do. But as long as you're not the only one compromising. So in any situation where your partner is asking you to do something or asking you to express or not express yourself a certain way, ask yourself, is this in my best interest? Because people who care about you and love you genuinely want what's in your best interest. The moment you sense your partner does not have your best in mind, that's a time for you to pause and take some time to figure out what you want to do next.
I love that response. It's super powerful. In those moments, though, your intuition or your gut is like, he's going through something tough, right? Or maybe you give the reasons and the excuses of why may not be in your best interest. Like, he's really struggling right now, so it feels really selfish of me to think of myself in this moment. And so all these signs that in hindsight, so many of us beat ourselves up over, ignoring. When we go back, if we were in that situation, how do you start to process that and not give a pass, like a jail-free card to the person that doesn't have your best interest at heart, and it's proven that it isn't just a temporary thing, because I think also that's
when you start giving people excuses, it rarely ever is your intuition that's telling you to make an excuse. It's usually your conditioning that tells you, put someone else's needs ahead of yours, or at the end of the day, as long as you please this person, or as long as you do what you can to get them out of this mood or to get them out of whatever it is that they're going through, you'll be fine. It's not your intuition. It works in your best interest. It works to protect you. It's usually your conditioning that asks you to betray yourself. Your intuition always wants to make sure that you are there for yourself, and sometimes being there for yourself and protecting yourself takes on the form of, I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm not going to express myself freely, because if I do, this person will walk away from me. That really scares me. So my intuition might tell me what to do to keep myself from feeling the pain of something that actually needs to happen in my life, which is this person walking away. But your intuition will never, ever, ever work against you as long as you say, I am 100% trusting my intuition. Let me explain. Say you are in a toxic relationship where you feel like nothing that you do is enough. Nothing that you say is enough. Nothing that you do is right, and nothing that you say is right. You could say that the sky is blue, and they'll tell you, no, it's not. If you're in that kind of relationship, again, your intuition knows what will keep this relationship going. Your intuition knows what your biggest fears and traumas are. Are you afraid of abandonment? Then it's going to tell you what to do to avoid that bad thing or that perceived bad thing by you happening. Then you can choose either to follow it this time or not. But your intuition will always tell you, we're doing this and we're aware that it's wrong for us. And hopefully at some point, you will be able to want to be in this relationship anymore. I am going to do what it takes for it to end. I'm going to tackle my fears of abandonment, my fears of whatever people do to me, and leave heard and seen and loved and cared for, and where the people in my life, especially my partner, have my best interest in mind, where I don't have to fight just to be looked at as a human or looked at as somebody who deserves to be treated with human decency. So honor your intuition. It is there to protect you. Look at your conditioning that tells you what you should or shouldn't do to be perceived by other people as worthy or enough, or as, you're worthy for people to stay in your life. If your conditioning changes based on you trusting that intuition of yours and saying, I don't want to betray myself. I don't want to put everybody else ahead of me anymore. The reason we get manipulated in toxic relationships is that we believe that someone else's definition of who we are or someone else's definition of what's right or wrong is more important and of more value than our own definitions. So stop putting people ahead of you in your own life, because that means you're not the leader of your life.
God, dude, that's so really powerful. So I actually want to back up a little bit.
Yes.
So how do we start to identify the signs that this, because I think about what you just said, and if I think about, okay, it's conditioning. If that's where we start, I think then we need to identify how we've been conditioned, where we've been conditioned, and then what behavior we now accept as normal. Because going back to what you were saying about the manipulation in the toxic relationship is that you're going to react based on your conditioning. But if you've been conditioned to think this is normal, you then go inwards, right? You then go, oh my God, well, this must be me. I must be going crazy, or I am wrong. So how do you start to just identify the signals, not even address them yet, but just identify the signals?
Yes.
And then I would love to start really freaking unpacking how we then use those signals in order to give us a guide on how to approach things differently, and then listen to our intuition as a result of that.
Yes. I first want to say, no amount of conditioning that you have, good or bad, ever gives someone
What's our
else
postal
permission to manipulate you or hurt you or lie to you or betray you or take advantage of you. We blame ourselves because sometimes society tells us, well, you should have known better. Or, yeah, you came from a really messed up background, so of course that was going to happen to you. What that does is it takes the responsibility and the accountability from the person who actually inflicted pain upon you. It puts it all on you. Do you need to take responsibility for your own healing? Absolutely. 100% your problem or on you. If you are in a relationship that's toxic or where you are being manipulated, ask yourself, is my intention to be manipulated, or is my intention to be loved? Is my intention to be manipulated, or is my intention to really make this relationship work? So come back to your intention and affirm yourself that you are coming from a good place. But sometimes coming from a good place is not enough for you. Coming from a good place, sometimes you get into that corner where you feel like this is the only way for me to be a good person with the definition I've been told about what a good person looks like. Being a good person means I give people chances, I see the best in them. Even when they hurt me, I have to not take it personally and say to myself, they must have had a bad day, they must have had a bad life, they must have had a bad childhood. Being a good person sometimes stops us from seeing people for who they are, because we think, if I give myself permission to see that person as a bad person, that might reflect that I am somebody who sees people as bad people, therefore I'm going to stop myself. I think the very first sign you get that you are going through something toxic or manipulative is in your body. You feel it. Somewhere in your body, you feel either tension, you feel like something's different, or something is very familiar in a way that scares you. Like I've felt this before. For example, when someone love bombs you, talk about love bombing all the time. It's when people shower you with affection, and I can't believe that someone like you exists, and I'm so lucky that I've met you. And they might not just shower you with gifts, because I hear that commonly in definitions. It's not just about gifts.
Sorry, I was not
It's
listening.
about
I'm posting this thing online.
words and contacting you all the time. All of that is like, I'm putting you up on a pedestal. And for people who are wondering, how do I discern between someone who's love bombing me and someone who's not? Think, what is it about you that this person is loving? Do they know you? Know what to love about you? I'm sure you're a great person. I'm sure you have great qualities, but do they know that? So ask yourself that question. So when somebody love bombs you with love and words of affirmation and all of that, your body can sense something's really off about this. Maybe you've been in a relationship before, traits, or someone who ended up being toxic, so your body's like, we felt this before. Or maybe you've never experienced this level of love before, and your body's like, wait a minute here. Or you feel this euphoric feeling that's like, I've been waiting for this my entire life. You also have to pay attention to overly great feeling. So the signals for you to know whether you're in a bad situation can both be overly great or really bad, but something is off from what your body's used to.
So
that's
you're
the
saying
first
off
thing
from
I'll
like
say.
your normality. 'Cause
Yes.
as you were describing it, when it's off in a negative way, I think instinctually you want to move away from it.
Yes.
So the problem lies specifically with the love bomb is that you feel the euphoria. And going to your point, if you've either been in a toxic relationship before, let's say you're really struggling, you're like, I'm never going to do that again, and then you feel this beauty that has been brought to your life, you're going to lean into it. Or if you've never felt this before, and you're like, oh my God, this is what everyone said. This telling me.
Yes.
And so you just jump in with both feet. I think that becomes way harder because it feels good. It's almost like alcohol, right? If you've ever had like a sip of alcohol, it's like sometimes it entices me to go, well, you should just have more alcohol, but obviously it doesn't work like that. So with the relationship part, as you're talking about, the negative, I can think of that being almost hopefully instinctually people feel that like, hang on a minute, something's not right. But it's the joy that it gives
The
you.
amount that I
then
put it
becomes
for
dangerous.
is 800.
It
But
can
what
be
it
very
says on the
dangerous.
listing is
Yes, you can get into a
773,
relationship
but it also
falling
says
while
it's
it could
out
be
of stock.
healthy, and you can feel that euphoric
So I put it
feeling
for
the
800.
first
I said
2
I'll
months.
deliver it too.
That's normal, and that's why it's
I will
important
drive to
to
anybody who's gonna hand me
get to know
$800 for a
people.
fucking
Today,
light.
as I was getting almost
Like-
incredible. You said something to
Well,
me
you know what? I think that's what I'm gonna start
that
doing.
really
Like,
is
I
that
think
I
the
got to a
jacket,
point
I
in my life
messaged
where I
her.
realized that
So
I
that's
had
how
to stop
that's how
dating
Leslie makes a lot of
people's
money. Bring
covers
back her drugs.
and actually open the book.
Really?
That's what I need to be
Gets like
dating.
those,
Open
Airwalk,
that book,
not Airwalk,
get
but
to
like,
know it, figure out
Jordan.
whether
Yeah,
this is
or
really
like
someone that I can be with and love and do life with. What we do in that first 3 to 6 months, even up to a year sometimes, and more than that, we're getting to know the cover. And the cover isn't just who this person actually is, it's also our projection of who we want that person to be, who we've imagined our entire lives. So if your entire life you waited for someone to come and love you and see
I think
you
I'm just
and
gonna start pricing
celebrate
things
you
ridiculously
and go
expensive
for
now.
drives with you
Because
and
some idiot will fucking actually
spend
pay for
hours on
it.
the
Like,
phone with you, you're going to project that image onto them. And if they
What?
reciprocate, which someone who's looking to manipulate you
Oh,
will
maybe.
reciprocate because they mirror you. They mirror what you say, they mirror what you do. If you say, I'm very much into reading poetry. Me too. So they will mirror to you what they know you want and what they know you like. So when you're dating the cover of that person, you're dating the image they're projecting to you and the image you're projecting onto them. And the only way for you to know whether this is real love or this is healthy love, that's a better word to use. will it stand the test? Are they always going to treat you as well as they're treating you right now? There's a really powerful scene in the All Too Well music video, the 10-minute version, where right after showing the girl and the guy falling in love so deeply, things are going great. They're having dinner with friends, and the girl puts her hand on the guy's hand on the dinner table, and he holds her hand and he flips it over and like basically is telling her, I'm not going to hold your hand during this dinner. And the person listening to this or watching this who's been in a toxic or manipulative or abusive relationship will recognize a moment like this, because now that person has shown you that who they are with you in private is a completely different person from who they are around other people. What does that tell you? They are not themselves with you. They may also not be themselves with other people, but they're able to put on that face. And sure, someone listening might say, well, maybe they're not comfortable. Maybe the guy wasn't comfortable with public displays of affection. Maybe that's what it is. Well, did you have a conversation about it? Did they come up to you after and say, you know, I'm really not comfortable in front of these friends in particular. One of them is going through a breakup. Or was it looked at as, you're just overthinking it. We were having dinner and I just didn't want to hold your hand. But if you were holding my hand every single day and wherever we went, in public when we were together, and all of a sudden in a setting where people who know you are there, and you know that if you held my hand, the image they have of you is going to somehow change or be broken, and you did that, then you're telling me, I'm not fully getting to know you. I'm not fully in a relationship with you. You're not showing me every part of you or the parts that I should know. You're not showing me the real you. So those are little signs when there's contradictions between who they are with you in private and when no one is there that knows them and who they are around the people who know them, especially the people who've known them for a lot longer than you've known them. Because those people have witnessed them wholly and fully. You've known them for a few months. You've known them for a year. So trust that if someone is showing you a different side of them in front of people who've known them for a long time, they are a different person than the one they're showing you they are. Sure, people evolve in relationships. Sure, someone might meet you and say, she or he are holding me up to a really high standard, and I love that. They could be showing you the best version of themselves because they genuinely want to be that best version, and that's great. However, don't sacrifice what you know you deserve in a relationship just because you're making excuses for them, saying, well, maybe they were trying their best to be the best person they could be. So when they stop and they take it out on you, why is that your fault? If they are the ones who promised themselves they wanted to be better, and at one point they decided, I'm not going to be better. I would rather relapse back into the person I was before. Why would they take it out on you and start, I'm going to use a word that we always use, gaslighting you into thinking that something is wrong with your perception of reality? I've heard people in relationships, I'm not just talking about men or women, everybody does it. I've heard people in relationships tell their partner, that's just all in your head. Like, of course, every relationship just gets to a point where it's not so great anymore because life gets real, and some people listen to that and they believe it. Of course, the euphoric last forever. You're not always going to want to be all over each other or spend as much time together. But if a relationship goes from being your safe haven, from being the place where you feel loved and cared for and heard, and like someone is actually paying attention to who you are and what you're going through, and they're attentive to you, if it goes from that to, I can't even look at you when I'm talking to you.
On choisit jamais de vivre, on voudrait rêver un peu plus. La vie n'est pas faite pour mourir,
I literally.
On a souvent bien entendu, car la vie est si fragile.
I fucking will
You
kill
annoy
myself.
me so much. You bother me.
Some 60,000 Quebec students just miss a month of school. Others with teachers
Oh,
in different
God,
unions
no.
miss another week. But Quebec says it has
But
a
their
plan
social
to help them make up
lives
for that
will
lost
be
time.
damaged.
Education is a sacred value in Quebec society, and we need to do everything we can to help the students to catch up.
In short, here's the plan. No extra class time or school days are being added, and March break will happen as scheduled. The government's investing $300 million, mostly for volunteer tutoring. Schools will spend the next couple of weeks identifying students who need extra help. They'll also identify teachers, retired teachers, and teachers in training willing to step forward to do after-hours tutoring. Now, the minister stressed no teachers are going to be forced to do this, and they will be paid for their extra time. He thinks that'll be enough to get help to those who need it most. But some teachers have concerns.
I'm not convinced that there will be hordes of teachers running to do overtime because already in our regular workload, we're going to have to do a lot of readjusting, changing some of our regular planning that we were going to follow for the rest of the year. So I'm not sure if they will have enough teachers running towards that opportunity.
There are a number of other measures too. Report cards and ministerial exams will be delayed a couple of weeks. Kids in the last 2 years of high school will see their exams modified to be a little easier, only covering essential material. And the weight of those exams in calculating the final mark will be reduced. So in high school, instead of counting for half your mark, the final exam will count for 20%. So far, unions, parents groups, the School Directors Association, they're giving this plan maybe not an A+, but a passing grade. They say there's enough flexibility in the plan to give individual schools the power to make their own decisions.
Did you know that most of the problems in our body are due to a buildup of toxins? If you are feeling tired and sluggish,
Ew. you retarded? Oh my god. I just can't with the shaggy problems. I can't. You know the spotted thing? It's like on Facebook, spotted, and it's like funny shit or like shit you see, like they want your neighborhood to know, whatever. So Shaggy literally posted one 3 a.m. yesterday, 2 a.m. tonight. Is it legal for private companies to come and disturb people in the middle of the night? They're talking with a snowplow.
Oh, wow.
I shit you not.
Well, at some point at the castle, St. Ambroise, you know, down the water near Fatal, that huge condo castle thing?
Yeah.
Well, we're shoveling the back stairs, and a woman came out and like, could you please do less noise while doing the snow shoveling? Like, everything's in metal, and you just hear everything rattling. It's like, can you please, like, maybe choose another time to do it? I have to go to work in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm at work now. Oh, I almost got in a fight today.
Really?
Yeah. Because the guy is coming down the street super fast, and then Keith is backing up already, and he stops like, what the fuck are you doing, you fucking idiot? And he's starting to yell at Keith. The car, and this guy's like, what are you gonna do? You gonna fucking hit me with your fucking shovel? And
Yep.
I drop my shovel on the ground, and then Keith's like, oh, sir, this guy's gonna fuck you up. We're adults. If you have a fucking problem, call the fucking police. And oh, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. He went back in his car and left.
Bye. That's hilarious. I love that you never have to actually do anything because whoever's with you is just like, oh, you're fucked now. Like, my favorite so far was Billy. Like, Billy, like, is known to be crazy as all hell. And he just, like, always barks at me. And then the last time that he saw me and you in the car, he was just like, oh, sugar, and ran away. I was like, whoa, what? You're like, yeah, it's just Billy. Like, oh, you know who that is. The guy with the fucking things that sticking out of his head.
Yeah. But it's just glue. It's a glue nail.
Oh, what a fucking faker,
The
eh?
roofing nail, and you put them on.
What a faker. That, the crocodile guy, he actually did that. Alligator, whatever. Wow, this 911 likes. Holy shit. There's over 895 comments on this post of people just bashing this lady, being like, are you serious though? Like, you're fucking stupid. Next, you're gonna complain in the morning that the snow's not shoveled. Like, oh yeah! Do you remember when McDonald's had N64s? Yeah, you do. You remember that?
No.
I actually remember that.
It was probably in one of them. Where else do I remember that they had the...
Laurent.
I won my GameCube at level.
When they still had the Nintendo Dome.
Yeah, I won because it was the Nintendo. It wasn't even out yet.
Huh.
And then it was Nintendo 64 Super Smash Bros. Competition.
Oh fuck, eh?
And I won it with 10 other people, and we all had a coupon to fill out with your address and everything, and then when you receive the envelope with the thing that you can go in whatever store they were selling the GameCube, and you had it. It's pretty cool.
Phillips Square downtown. My Sharona. My.
Right. Nobody at Immigration Canada was able to give you any type of support, resources, someone to call to help you get you going.
Maybe that was available, but I didn't have access to that, or how I couldn't even access that.
No, a lot of people don't, and that's very important because I've seen a lot of immigrants. Same thing: how to get a permit to drive a car, how to get your Medicare card, how to it's everything has to be begun from scratch, right?
Right, and that's the thing I say. Like, there's quite a bit of discrepancy between the system in Canada, right? The immigration system is fantastic. It does a great job just to bring us immigrants in. But then after that, it breaks, right? The system breaks and fractures. Beyond that, you're just on your own. Figure out the rest of your life. And more especially, the financial institutions do not recognize the work that the immigration system is doing, right? They say, well, I don't know you because you don't have a credit history. But the immigration system vetted me.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
They did all of the background checks,
yeah,
and they said, you're good to go. You can come in.
You can come in and work.
Yeah, but the banking system says, nope, I don't know you. The recruiters say, nope, I don't know you. So what is going on here?
You're so right to bring this up. Look, Kingsley, first of all, I want to thank you and your family for choosing Canada. I want to thank you for hanging in there and for this great story of entrepreneurship. Really, congratulations and continued success.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that a lot.
Founder and CEO of Expedia. This is a great app for immigrants coming into the country to build their credit score and their credit history. Fantastic story here.
Well, congrats, bro.
Time now to check on
that credit before you know it, you'll be in
Wednesday
debt.
afternoon drive. It seems
like
to
the
be
rest
letting
of
up
us.
in terms of precipitations, but still the roads are a challenge. Let's go to the CJD 800 Traffic Center.
Yeah.
And here again is Debbie Marcel.
Yeah, very messy drive, and if you don't get splashed on, you are using your windshield wiper fluid, so do take it easy. Keep your distance. They were able to clear the drain. There was a sewer that was clogged, and it wasn't allowing to drain and causing some water accumulation on the Met westbound at Iberville. They liberated that right-hand lane. Working on an accident, though, on the 40 westbound at Anjou in the exit for 25 southbound, and so there on the right-hand side, it does back traffic just through the intersection. Trans-Canada, slowing to board the Illitour Bridge in from Vaudreuil just as you merge. Westbound side is moving quite well, no problems on Highway 20. KFC's new spicy and original recipe snacker wraps are here, and right now you can get 2 for just $5 only at KFC. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 11:30.
Thank you. Please stay informed and up to date wherever you go with the iHeartRadio app. You get breaking news from CTV, up-to-the-minute traffic and weather, along with in-depth interviews and compelling conversation from your favorite shows on CJD 800. Got your podcasts, Andrew Carter, The Big Five with Elias Mackos, Vashi Capellos, Montreal Now, and more. plus access to hundreds of other local, national, and international radio stations. It's all free, and it's at your fingertips. The iHeartRadio app.
Oh, no shit.
Download it today.
Silver and Gold for Cash wants your broken and unwanted jewelry. They'll pay you by cash or check on the spot. For over 16 years, Silver and Gold for Cash has been your trusted source in Montreal. Go to Sandra Leonardo da Vinci Tuesday to Saturday 10 to 5 or silverandgoldforcash.com. Creed, as the show
Baby, I ain't gonna pour that cup.
January 14th. The long-awaited return of the groundbreaking
That's tape.
series, HBO's True Detective of Night Country. Plus, stream the entire season of the critically praised
You don't pee ever?
The Last of Us.
Okay.
Also stream every season of the OC. Town and Crave is the only streaming service to watch the smashing Barbie. Plan starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at Crave.ca.
I'm Mark Cook, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter.
We have a bathroom. That's not necessary.
Flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution to
Get Kleenex.
without
Seriously, you don't need Navage.
Navage is that Canadian Tire family breed.
Dude, a weird fucking like sinusitis thing going from like previous cocaine.
Tom here from ResAV. You know Lutron is synonymous with world-class lighting control systems. But did you know they're also leaders in automated window treatments, roller shades, drapery tracks, and horizontal shears, motorized and automated to add to your home's decor, as well as protect furniture and floors from harmful rays, add privacy, and save on your energy bill. And the best part is that the motors are completely silent. Let us know if we can help. Look us up at resav.ca. When you're looking for answers, he'll ask the right questions. Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
Welcome back. David Hurtel, who you may know is on paternity leave this month. Happy to be with you throughout. Well, big story in the front page of La Presse Plus this morning. Denis Coderre considering a run at the leadership of the Quebec Liberal Party. Now, the interesting thing is that we at CJD 800 knew this since last week because I interviewed Denis Coderre while filling in for Aaron and Natasha in Montreal now. He came in last Wednesday in studio. And I actually asked him about Quebec politics and what he thought about a possible run at the Liberal Party of Quebec's leadership. Okay, I got to ask you about provincial politics. A lot of people are scratching their heads about the Liberal Party of Quebec waiting until 2025 to choose a leader. Their situation, I mean, they're falling into indifference. I mean, even at the Bye-Bye and the Journal de Montréal, the year-end issue, I mean, nobody talks about the Liberals anymore. I mean, how do you react?
Because Dominic Anglade got ousted.
What do you think about the situation of the Quebec Liberals?
I'm against ghettos. So
What?
forget about the Equality Party 2.0. Secondly, it's a matter of people. It's not a matter of structure that you will have, and I agree with that, to have a leadership a year before the election. Secondly, the problem with Legault right now is he feels too comfortable. He's too strong, and he feels alone. So they don't know what to do with it. So for the next 2 years, it's a matter of people. It's a matter of to not to reinvent the wheel, make it turn. So you need a grassroots level. You need to talk with people.
Yeah, but isn't like
you
the
need
real
to have
against
one
the
or
people
two
who
or
are there?
three issues that you have to fight.
Like the
And personally,
devil,
I
whatever.
think we need a new pact with municipalities. We need to change their jurisdiction. The reality of metropolis versus Canada.
Someone
the
obviously
reality
stopped
of
doing the
cities,
cocaine.
what we say in
Very
French,
slow today.
relevance, on the mining, on the natural resources, a new
Look at that.
relationship with the
Hey,
First
Lord.
Nation and municipalities. We started that here in Pierre Corbeil from Val d'Or at that time, and the mayor of Santai. So
The decision is there. You never vote for a position, you vote against government. And I think that federal and that the provincial CAC, after 2 mandates, people are a bit tired.
So you said it earlier this afternoon, you're not interested in running a 4th time for mayor of Montreal.
That's over.
That's over. Would you be interested, or could you consider being interested in running for the leadership of the Liberal Party of Quebec?
I'm listening. My problem is that aren't you fed up to see me on the public, as a public figure? Secondly, I'm 60. I've got a lot of experience, but do we have a generation gap? So I'm going to walk 300 kilometers in May because I want to show now I speak better. You saw with the stroke.
You're doing much better.
But I got to take care of my kids. I got to take a look at it. I'm writing a second book. So we've done enough. But it's about also acceptance of the people.
You haven't excluded it. Denis Coderre, last week in studio with me on Montreal Now, that was last Wednesday, so a week ago, he's considering it. He told me off air when he left the studio, he's thinking about it. And that's what La Presse is basically saying this morning, is that he is listening. He is talking to. There is, of course, the health issue. He has been given a clean bill of health by his doctor. So, thank goodness, just on a human level, Denis Coderre is out of the woods, recovering from last year's stroke. Now, the question about running for the Liberal Party of Quebec. Now, right now, it's not like the Liberals have a deep bench. Yes, current MNA Frédéric Beauchemin said he's interested, but I also spoke with him during the holidays. And Frédéric Beauchemin said, but I got the sense that the energy just isn't there. I think he is still recovering from the shock of the whole harassment allegations from the current president of the youth wing of the Liberal Party of Quebec. The complaint was withdrawn, but it definitely left a scar. And I get the sense that Frédéric Beauchemin just doesn't have the momentum right now to really mount a serious campaign. He might run, but I don't see him being a factor right now. To that, you have Mauro Risky. There's a lot of support out there, especially in the French media. A lot of columnists, a lot of pundits are liking what she has to say. Now, she came out in the Journal de Montréal last week in an interview where she announced that she was expecting her second child, that IVF was successful, and brag. But the fact is that she said, well, I'm not thinking about running right now. Understandable. But the race is going to be in the spring of 25. I think there's going to be mounting pressure on Mauro Risky after she has her second child to actually run. And I think there's going to be a lot of people very interested in her candidacy, and I think she will be a candidate for the leadership of the Liberal Party in 2025. Third candidate, in my mind, for sure, is Antoine Jean Charest's son. Been making the rounds, a huge fluff piece in La Presse just before the holidays. This is basically all the signs. He's been on several times with Aaron and Natasha, and very, very much preparing a run. And I think what he's basically selling is being the Liberals' Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon. That's basically the image here. But I think Denis Coderre actually has a shot. Now, we know him better here in Montreal. And obviously, he lost the last 2 municipal elections to Valérie Plante. But he's in the regions. And with the Francophones outside of Montreal, where the Liberals currently are polling at 4%, automatically Denis Coderre takes you to Francophones in the regions. He has a brand, and he has the type of ability to do retail politics on the Francophone side that could actually think the other area that's very important. Yes, there's a generational thing. Yes, there's the baggage from his years as mayor of Montreal. But the biggest issue right now is within the Liberal Party of Quebec, is that Denis Coderre is a federal liberal. And within the Liberal Party of Quebec, ever since Jean Charest became the leader, the Liberal Party of Quebec has been dominated inside by provincial liberals. And Jean Charest was, of course, a conservative federally. He even ran for the leadership of the Conservative Party 2 years ago and was soundly beaten by Pierre Poilievre. And there are a lot of people who are still very nostalgic Charest years, that are loyal supporters of Jean Charest and the Jean Charest philosophy, that are currently controlling the Liberal Party of Quebec. Marc Tanguay, the current interim leader of the Liberal Party of Quebec, was president of the Liberal Party of Quebec when Jean Charest was premier. And I could go down the road. There's staffers, senior staffers at key positions within the Liberal Party of Quebec that are Jean Charest loyalists. So the clash here, if Denis Coderre decides to go, is not about Denis' baggage. It's going to be about two competing visions of what a Quebec liberal should be. And it's going to be very interesting because this new batch of rookie MNAs that came in after the 2022 election in the Liberal Party of Quebec, they are mostly federal liberals. And so that's one of the major clashes that explains right now why the Liberal caucus is so divided. There are other reasons, but that's one. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Denis Coderre will try to convince the rank and file members of the Liberal Party of Quebec to actually accept his brand of Quebec liberalism, federal liberalism, and not federal conservatism. Very interesting months ahead. Time now for your CTV News Update. Jason Mayoff is standing by.
Good morning, it's 11:31. I'm Jason Mayoff for the CTV News Update. The City of Montreal is launching a snow removal operation at 7 tonight, so you'll need to keep an eye out for the no parking signs. For the next few hours, the city will be clearing the snow and spreading salt and debris, including a Holocaust survivor, to The Hague, as the International Court of Justice opens a hearing tomorrow into allegations that it's committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. South Africa launched a case alleging that Israel's military amounts to genocide, something Israel vehemently denies. And Donald Trump will be a no-show for tonight's debate for Republican presidential hopefuls. He's going to instead appear on Fox News. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be alone on the debate stage in a contest some analysts think could help decide the Republican alternative to Trump. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Debbie Marcellos.
On the Met westbound at Iberville, they were clearing a sewer that was clogged, and so they wanted to let that water drain, and that has helped the traffic. Now it is clearing out and moving well on the Metropolitan in both directions. The 40 west access to 25 south, there just worked an accident there, blocking the right-hand lane, so it's very slow through the Anjou interchange, 40 westbound to the 25 south toward the La Fontaine Tunnel. Then it's busy from Souligny down to the tunnel as you merge into one lane. Also merging into one lane at the Ile toward Span. Just some minor slowdowns on the westbound side. Eastbound side is from Chateau Vaudreuil. A free coffee is always welcome. Stop by a Voisin convenience store with gas and get a free coffee when you fill up. Some conditions apply. See details at Voisin. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 11:45.
Your Dormevu Weather Center forecast, rainy and windy today, the high +4, mainly cloudy with a chance of showers or flurries this evening, still windy, the low -6, the wind chill -12 overnight, and then cloudy with a chance of flurries tomorrow afternoon, the high -4, the wind chill -13. It's +2 downtown. Your next CTV News update is at noon.
Getting you the facts. Asking the tough questions. The Elias Macco Show. CJAD 800.
Coming up next, could the use of illegal drugs by CEOs affect their companies and our economies? That's next.
The truth hides in the shadows. Get into the new series, Sight Unseen, a CTV original. Starts Monday, January 22nd on CTV.
The McDonald's Breakfast Burrito. It's your McDonald's breakfast wrapped in a cozy tortilla blanket. Cozy tortilla blanket. At participating restaurants in Canada until 11 a.m.
When renovating, you want peace of mind. Call Renofco, winner Consumer Choice Award and West Island Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business category. Renofco.com, 514.
Hi, I'm Matt Delvecchio. This week, hear the amazing journey of a couple biking from Canada to Mexico, plus the latest advancements in mental health. Lewis Foundation and AMI Quebec.
Life Unrehearsed, Sunday afternoon at 4 on CJD 800.
Brought to you by Leanna Senior Transition Support, specialists in downsizing and seniors residence.
Are you troubled by your use of alcohol, drugs, or medication? Drugs Help and Referral provides listening and information. It is confidential, free, and available 24/7. Call or chat via drughelp.quebec.
My tax refund by text. I click the link. Wait, the government wouldn't text me a tax refund. That's a scam. And delete.
Learn the signs at canada.ca/bscamsmart. A message from the Government of Canada.
Since we downsized, we needed a company like California Closets to come in and utilize what little space we had.
Our master closet is pretty spectacular.
I guess that's a good thing, that they really like it. When you open the door and the light pops up, it's like, whoa.
I think that's his favorite feature of all. We're Tammy and Phil, and this is our life with California Closets.
Visit CaliforniaClosets.ca to schedule your free consultation today. I'm Sandra Ronaldo. Canadians have turned to CTV National News for more than 60 new newscast weeknights at 5:30. It's more of the news you trust. Watch CTV National News now at 5:30 and 11.
You're listening to the Elias
Tesla is one of the 10 largest public companies in the United States. But as of late, executives and board members are worried, fearing Elon Musk's use of illegal drugs such as LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, mushrooms, and ketamine, which say could harm his company. Remember, he's not only involved in Tesla, he's in SpaceX, he's in artificial intelligence, and of course, X, formerly Twitter. And he's the richest man in the world. But what exactly is the governance of CEOs of public companies with government contracts using drugs? How does this work? I want to turn to Carl Moore for some advice on this. He's the host of the CEO series on CJD 800 and associate professor at the Desautels Faculty of Management at McGill University. Carl, good to speak to you again.
Always a pleasure, David.
So you read the story in the Wall Street Journal last week. How did you react to this? Because this was long
so
rumored,
nice.
but now the Wall Street Journal is out with actually unnamed sources very close to the board at Tesla saying this is a real issue. So how did you react when you
all the Tesla CEOs are getting caught for doing drugs.
I had a certain reaction. I had a class of about 4,500.
And they're like, it's really affecting the business.
So I said,
Cocaine will do that, yeah.
and then like discuss it in groups.
Isn't it though?
Let me know what you think.
They're like, well, as it turns out, illicit drugs by being used by CEOs is really affecting their businesses. Like, fuck you guys, man. Really?
It doesn't matter if you're the richest person in the world. There's not different rules for rich people versus poor people. illegal, it's illegal.
What do you want?
Now, you know, if you drive a little bit over the speed limit, that's probably illegal, but we're less worried about it. So there's limits to how much that thought will take us. But when it comes to federal contracts, there's rules and regulations. You sign contracts agreeing to follow
And the
those
same
rules.
place as cheated. It looks bigger too. And it has the $9 on me.
You know, these things.
No, because I didn't have the $9 on me.
Taking by prescription.
I only had like $5.
You may overtake, but that's something which we accept.
But I was like, I'm gonna come back for those. Because I was like, super, like,
that. It's just
probably something you don't have. But do you want to have peanuts? Like for squirrels?
Really wrestle
When she pointed the package, I was like, oh, no, that's too small. And I looked down, like, oh, you got one big bag there. I was like, yeah, that's what I want. I'm gonna come back for that. Very excited.
Lots of our society wrestle with and try to come to terms.
Well, I'm not going back now. Whenever I go out next, I'll grab it.
Rules for rich people. On the other hand, he is one of the most successful business people in the world. Right. He's a genius and someone who's a visionary that is just the richest person in the world for a reason. He came from, relative poverty for a while, moved down to the States. Like, he's not from a rich family, largely.
What are we talking about? What do I got?
We've got to respect, there's a certain amount of creativity and vision in there. We might cut him a bit of a slack because of the sheer genius of the man. And you think of Guy Laliberté at the Cirque du Soleil, a genius. Right. And we cut them some slack, but when it comes to illegal drugs, it's illegal. What do you not understand about that? Private use, we're slightly more relaxed about. But it's something where overall this is a real stain and something that he needs to come to terms with as a human being and as a person, regardless of all the other things he is.
The reports, again, this is from the Wall Street Journal, but
It's fucking hot in here, right?
that he was clearly
Turn the heater off.
speaking gibberish and
Well, it's because I have both heaters going.
drugs during actual board meetings. So this is not the case of some CEO partying on a Saturday night. And when you have a person like has his finger on the pulse of so many important issues going on, like, for example, OpenAI. He's an investor. He's developing his own AI project. How do you deal with somebody that's so powerful, or an executive, and you see this? What would be, because again, are there rules for us and rules for the super rich?
That's about right.
In theory and in practice,
I don't know what reason why it was kind of pissed.
CEO works for that and for the board in general. And in the U.S., you have more people who are chair of the board and the CEO. And why we try to keep away from that is that the CEO needs to have someone to report to. Now, the board doesn't come up with a strategy, but it pushes back at it. And one of the key roles of a board is to fire the CEO once in a great while in some companies. So it's a rare event.
Very.
To fire, and we've seen that happen.
Steve Jobs was famously fired by his board.
Well, we actually have Gildan here in Montreal, which is an ongoing story right now. We're all going to, our jaws dropping, and Steve Jobs, his firm's fighting, to get the guy back and so on. So it's a rare event. But the chair of the board should be able to have lunch with the CEO and say, but as an advisor, say, look, this has got me concerned, and other board members. So not just me, but the other board members who are people of considerable experience and wisdom. That's why you bring on board, particularly something like this. These are impressive people. We need to have this conversation. It's a role of the chair, but he or she would also be supported by other people on the board. And you might bring in someone with you who's very impressive, the former CEO of Google or something, really, really an impressive person, to be there with you and have a quiet conversation and not. If it doesn't, in a normal, if you were a normal company, the CEO might have been fired at this point.
Right.
But again, this is the great entrepreneur.
Yeah, and it's his company.
Most CEOs are corporate people that have made the ranks through the ranks. They didn't sign the company. Like IBM, the founders are long gone. It's a corporate person, and at SNC, whatever they call it now, it's a corporate person, Alice, and so on. But it's different when you have a Guy Laliberté, when you have Elon Musk, when you have a great genius. We need to realize that who is the goose laying the golden eggs.
Please stop call Elon Musk a fucking genius, please, for the love of shit. Like, if that's a genius, that's the best we got, we're fucked. We're in so much shit. We're gonna die. This guy's a fucking moron. Clearly he's a fucking moron.
Elon would have to listen to them is who they are.
What's interesting about this is because, like, tech journalists and commentators, for example, Kara Swisher, formerly of the Wall Street Journal, Scott Galloway, and others in the U.S. are saying that, like, ketamine is the drug of choice for
Oh, wow!
geniuses and entrepreneurs. And it seems to be the regular diet in this industry.
Shut the fuck up! They're doing
ketamine?
ketamine?
That it's tolerated, that you have to manage it as a board member, as a shareholder. You've spoken to dozens, if not hundreds, of CEOs. I mean, how do you manage this when it seems to be part of that genius work?
Well, it's something where kind of the average CEO might more after wrestle with alcohol.
Yeah.
And it's something where 50 years ago I was asked how to keep in shape. Is some of them were overweight. And partly it was from smoking and drinking back 15, 20 years ago, where today I can almost ask any CEO, how do you keep in shape? Because they're obviously in good shape, and I would ask them, can I ask you this? And I say, fine. And it's inspiring my students and I to hear that they go to the gym 4 mornings a week and 3 in the morning and stuff like that. It's slightly irritating, but, they do things like that. When they play at that level, you got to keep in shape. Now, part of that is to go to a physician, and you might take his or her guidance. That's legitimate. Now, there's some doctors who, get carried away, but by and large, 99% of doctors are great, very ethical people. So, leave it to them to decide what is appropriate for that person and the person they are, the stresses they're under. And it's something where you and I are not medical doctors, so we leave it to the medical people to sort that out. And things that were not used 20 years ago might be used today and vice versa. So things evolve over time.
These are bad.
Mental health is much more of an issue in our thinking these days, particularly since COVID, and we're more aware of it, and we're a little bit more open to appropriate medical treatment for
if you have money, you can take drugs or GPs.
Other disorders that many of us wrestle with to some degree. So I think we're a little bit more relaxed about it, but this article suggests that someone who's got carried away and needs some advice and help and wisdom from their board, and if they had a spouse or something like that, they would have to listen to.
Yeah, we hope so, because regardless of what one might think of Elon Musk, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody is suffering here, and we can only hope that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Elon Musk is really suffering.
Carl, yeah, that's it. Carl, always interesting insights. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Talk to you later. Carl Moore, host of the CEO series on CJAD 800.
You saying whore?
Associate professor at Desautels Faculty of Management
Wow, really?
University. Time now to check on your drive.
dear.
Let's go to CJAD 800 Traffic Center and say good morning to Lauren Glazer. Hey, Lauren.
Good
Fuck
morning,
you,
David.
Lauren.
For the westbound side of the map, we are losing a little bit of time off and on between Iberville and the DeKalb.
Like, who fills in for Lauren Glazer when he's not there? He seems to always be there. Okay. This one removed. Of course. Hmm. Ah, okay. Oh, very cool. Motherfucker. Okay. Wow. This thing is enormous. Okay, that would fucking hurt. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Okay, baby?
Yeah.
Are you crying?
No.
No.
I squished my finger.
What'd you do?
I squished my finger on a tripod. And this part. Well, that's where it's broken. Yeah. To keep it slinky.
Oh.
Yeah. It'll eventually tip. But I'll keep it. I'll put the legs down. I'll keep it low. It's just because I was trying to. I didn't want to bend over. That's what she said.
They woke up the dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks for coming to check on me. Because sometimes I cut myself. Oh, good. I'm okay. Thanks for Karen. Ah, Karen. Fuck Karen. Oh. Ha! There's a sticker on it that says Laurentian Life in French.
So it's a light holder.
What?
A light holder?
A light holder?
When you put a light on it, there's those projectors.
No, it's just the store that it was bought from. Huh. Comienza. Okay.
Appropriate time. So everyone should be careful. Today we will add some signs on the curb of the street explaining that we will do the loading operation. Then you have to move your car in order to avoid a towing.
In the meantime, he says the city will continue the snow clearing operation. About a dozen people suffered minor injuries when a bus slid off the road in the eastern townships early this morning. The group was headed for Trudeau Airport for a long-planned trip to Jamaica. It happened at 5 this morning. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was not welcome in the West Bank as he met with the Palestinian president.
In Ramallah, riot police held the line as protesters aired their anger with the secretary's visit. Well, Blinken met once again with Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas out in the street. A few scuffles broke out. The U.S. is not seen as an honest broker among many Palestinians. The Israeli campaign in Gaza has killed over 20,000 civilians and driven nearly 85% from their homes. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
And the global music industry set a new single-year record for music streaming.
The industry group Luminate says music was streamed more than 4 trillion times in 2023, up 34% from the year before. In the U.S., the top streamed song was Last Night by Morgan Wallen with more than 1 billion streams. 25.5% of all streams in the U.S. last year was hip-hop. As the genre marked its 50th anniversary, streaming of heritage hip-hop acts grew 11.3%, while new hip-hop dropped 7.1%. 1 in 78 of all music streamed in the U.S. last year was Taylor Swift.
Oh, for
She
fuck's
also had
sake.
5 of the top 10 U.S. albums. I'm Archie Zaraletta.
For more news, go to CJAD800.com or download the iHeartRadio. Your Dormy Who Weather Center forecast rainy and windy with fog patches.
Really? Because it looks beautiful outside.
Mainly cloudy with a
Or it
chance
looks,
of rain
because I'm looking
showers or
outside right
flurries
now.
this evening. Still windy, the low -6, the wind
It's
chill
not
-12
windy at
overnight.
all.
And tomorrow, cloudy with a chance of flurries in the afternoon. The high -4, the wind chill -13. It's +2 down. Today, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 12:30.
There are all kinds of reasons a couple might be having trouble with intimacy. Men, especially, often feel like they're not up to the task of talking about it, that is.
Shut up. You and your fucking whorehouses.
I never dreamed fancy drops would actually work to change my eye color from dark brown to light blue.
Many of us women have been brought up to believe the things that we should be doing, like we should get married, we should have kids, be skinny, be quiet. But what I love is that, and actually I have a quote of yours. You said, I've got to be rid of the shackles of the standard of perfection that women are held up to. And so for any woman listening right now, if they want to actually also unlock those shackles, how can they start to do that? Starting with maybe the lie that we've all been told that. I think first and foremost, you should make a list of what it is that you think your shackles may be, because often you don't recognize them when they're evident, you know what I mean? So many of the things that we do almost subconsciously, because so much of the narrative that's telling us what to do is so pervasive, it's insidious, it seeps into our songs and our TV shows and our movies. So, you know, when I was starving myself to be skinny enough, I was doing that for me. When I was spending hours getting ready, I thought that was for me. You know, I was told by all the magazines that I would be empowering myself. And when I was
being quiet. I thought that's what I'm supposed to do, and that would allow me to have a more peaceful life. And in some ways it did, but it also, when I had a nervous breakdown when I was 26, that I had to actually make a physical list of why am I so unhappy? What is holding me back? Why do I want to end my life? Motivation for me to stay. And I started from there. And part of it was the fact that I couldn't speak out, couldn't speak my mind. I was full of repressed rage. My depression came from repression. And I realised that I was still stuck in like so much self-loathing. And for who? You're told so much of this is a choice, but how can it be a choice when everything we see is bombarding us with a subliminal, or not even subliminal, sometimes I never had the feeling, to be honest, that I should tie my worth to love. I didn't grow up in a household where I saw that as a model, you know, of loving parents together. So that was never something that I had, you know, pinned my hopes on. But I didn't know how to get there, and I didn't really believe that I had the right to be happy. Or if I did, it would have to be as long as everyone else around me is happy first. And then maybe I'd be allowed some crumbs of happiness afterwards. And so I really had to go at this as a kind of crash test dummy experiment of like, can I actually save my own life? And how drastic is my change going to have to be? And it was fucking drastic. And it meant recognizing that I had lots of people in my life who were really toxic, who make me feel terrible when I'm around them. I'm almost at a point where my glands are swelling because I'm so stressed. I'm always having like an allergic reaction to these people. Am I fulfilled in my job? Does anyone actually know who I really am behind the kind of mask that I've been wearing since I was a kid? You know, can I live with this like level of self-loathing all the time, and this fear of the mirror, and this fear of weighing scales, and this fear of my own body? I had no pleasure. I didn't really feel like I had the permission to have any. I didn't really feel like I had permission to feel joy. And so it meant cutting people out of my life. It was the great cull of 2014, and ending a relationship and moving to America and starting afresh, because it was very hard to completely transform yourself around people who've known you your whole life. Because people naturally want to cling to the person that you were, because that's the person that they bonded to, and I understand that. But sometimes you have to just get away for a bit. You have to just, I'm very lucky because I didn't have children. I had the ability to just up and leave, and it was only me I had to look after. But I just was like, I'm starting again from scratch. I started EMDR therapy, which is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy, which is amazing for PTSD. I started working on my trauma from my childhood and my eating disorder. And I just set out to figure out who I actually am, because by the age of 26, 27, 28, I still had no idea. I was like 19 different versions of me according to whoever I was in front of, whoever they wanted me to be. I was just a mirror, I wasn't a person. And so I finally had to find out who I was. And that person now requires a little bit of, you know, tweaking now and then, because I'm raw. It's been like, you know, felt like becoming a baby again at 28, where I was like, okay, I'm fresh.
Looking for an easy marketing way to make your brand more renowned? Check out brandpush.co. Our experienced team of writers will create an outstanding news story to promote your brand. Then we'll publish the article in over 200 highly influential news sites in just 7 days. After which, you'll get a full report with live links. What will you get? A higher ranking than Google, thanks to the strong authority of news sites that flood the first page of results. You can get verified on social media, and moreover, you will get qualified visitors. Each publication acts as a landing page, which will encourage potential buyers to visit your site. But most importantly, you'll get more sales, so give it a go. And check out the available packages at brandpush.co. And don't worry about the costs. They're affordable for everyone. Oh, and one more thing. There's a money back guarantee, so there's absolutely no risk.
Kia, du mouvement vers l'inspiration.
Babies advocate themselves. They tell you when they're tired, when they're hungry, when they're grumpy, when they need a shit. I don't make that other people's problem, but like they advocate. You know, they're so open and honest about the way that they feel, and that's sort of beaten out of us from the time we're sort of like 2 or 3 years old, so that we can become civilized. But I think it happens to the point where we stop actually asking, especially women, and then especially brown women, stop asking ourselves, what do I need? Am I allowed to advocate myself, or people think I'm annoying? And so this was me going back to that mentality of like, what do I really need? And how can I figure out a reasonable way to ask for it? And that became my transition. And it's been bumpy because, you know, when you start speaking your mind for the first time, it can be incredibly clumsy because it's brand new. And you say things in a way that later you go on to regret because you just haven't yet worked out your filter. And I think I'm now starting to work that out.
Dude, that's so strong. How do you then get started? Because I think that's what people fear, right? In making the change, first of all, I'm going to rustle some feathers. People are going to disown me. People aren't going to approve. And then I'm going to be clumsy. I'm going to make mistakes. And so I think a lot of people end up retreating into what they know because it's comfortable, even if it isn't what they want.
Well, I started with the year of no, which is when I was about 28. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to say little no's to start with. So sorry, but this isn't the way I ordered my coffee, or I'm so sorry that I asked for this to be well done, or I'm sorry I don't like the way you're kissing me, and I would rather if we could find a different way to kiss.
Did you actually say that?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah, it was fucking great, and it felt so scary to do, and they were just like, all right, yeah, sure. People really liked it. Some people like clear instructions. Other people take it badly, but then you shouldn't have sex with them. It was just these kind of just little, very personal, just shifts of like, I prefer this actually. You know, saying at work, oh, I should prefer this, and then it kind of grew into, I think I don't want to be in England anymore. I think I want to try a completely new country. And everyone was like, well, you're 28, so you're old. And I was just like 12, so I was too fat apparently. And I was too Asian. So everyone told me not to go and that I would disappear without a trace. And I was just like, yeah, but I want to go. I just want to see what it's like. It's okay. This is my life. If I'm going to fuck it up, it will be my fuck up. And I want to own that, but I want an adventure. And so it just kind of grew and grew and grew from there. To just telling people, I'm so sorry, but if you want to turn up an hour late, I just have no interest in maintaining a friendship with you. This is my boundary. Like, it just was just setting little boundaries that slowly but surely grew. That then eventually tumbled into me being quite an explosive person on Twitter, which was, you know, the pendulum swinging all the way to the other side. And now I'm finding my way back to the middle of being sensible. But I think it's really hard to contain that much repression. I think that's what we've seen with a lot of women, especially in the public eye, that we were just pent up for so long and being grateful for the morsels that we had that I think when the Me Too movement had happened. Some of us just went, just vomited out all of our feelings with very little filtration because we had no practice and we got demonized for it. Those of us who were really bold and really out there, as if we should be these like perfect politicians and orators. We've never been asked our opinion about anything. No one would ever ask me anything other than like my favorite lipstick before 2015. And now all of a sudden people were asking me about giant social infrastructures and the history of feminism. And I'd never been given a chance to speak about this. So of course it was going to be a little bit bumpy for a bit, but I think we're all entitled to that. And when you talk about the fear that some women might have, I think that's because we are terrorized about mistakes. There's so much misinformation about the power of a mistake. We don't hold men to those standards. You know, we offer men the benefit of the doubt. We're cheering men on. Yeah, I think I saw a quote yesterday that's saying that, like, you know, we employ men for jobs based on who they're going to become, whereas we only employ women based on what they. We hold these two different standards. We see all this potential in a man, so when he makes a mistake, we're much quicker to brush it off and be like, oh, he's just learning, he's just growing. Oh, he had a difficult childhood, that's why he's doing that. But we don't afford women the same benefit of the doubt because we've spent it all on men. And so I'm a big believer in the power of mistakes. It's how I've done all my learning. It's how I've grown.
I started looking because my last duty assignment in the Army was at Fort Leavenworth, which is also in Missouri. And the chiropractor that was there, he was a graduate of Logan. He was like, oh, if you're interested in a craft, there's no other school you need to go to besides Logan University. And I started doing more research about techniques, who are the people that you need to talk to. And three of the biggest people and names that I kept getting are professors here at Logan University. So to me, it was a no-brainer.
The person that I am now, who's someone that I actually really like. And neurologically, I found out on my podcast that it is how we do our best learning. Your brain implements information in the most permanent way after a mistake. So I think it's so important. And I make loads of public mistakes, but I don't shy away from them, which is what you're told to do. You're told to just disappear. I own my mistakes publicly. I don't shy away from them because it's so important for people to see that life goes on. There is life after the death of your reputation of being perfect. And I want to be someone who's aspirational. I don't want someone to want to be me, but I do want them to see me continue to survive and thrive in spite of the fact that I've been deeply imperfect by society's incredibly rigid standards. And I'm still here. I'm happy. So if I can, I think that's so beautiful, and that you're giving people that way of showing that it's possible. And I think that many people want to see it before they actually try it. Right. When everyone thought it was impossible, and one person does it, and then within the next year, something like 32 people go and do it. Mm-hmm. And so just seeing that it's possible and how you're able to do that is so freaking impactful, I think, for everybody to watch and witness. And then the mistake part, I actually really want to address, because it is so true that we think it means that if we make a mistake, that we are a mistake. And so to your point, that it's so internal that we think of it as see the opportunity that can actually come with a mistake. Yeah, and it's just, it's a really imperative part of our growth, and everyone makes mistakes. It's just so important to learn how to dust yourself off, acknowledge it, and move on. Move on and be grateful. I'm grateful for the mistakes, even if some of them are very embarrassing and permanent and public forever. I'm still grateful for them, because I wouldn't have known any better. I'm so glad that I can have the humility to digest them and just be like, all right, my bad, I will take that L, and then just add it to my collection of L's on my journey to becoming someone who's so much wiser now for all of those mistakes. And I've really explored who I am. I really know what my strengths and weaknesses are. And you can't explore without accidents. It's not possible. It's not possible to have a real adventure that just goes flawlessly. So the only way you can live within the parameters of never making any mistakes is by not living at all. It's by not trying anything, not taking any risks. It's failure. Because that's where all the best stories come from. It's where all the excitement happens. And I think it's, again, where we do our best learning. And so I'm I have a very, very positive relationship with failure. And I've never been qualified to do almost anything that I've ever done. And I've had a great time, and even if I wasn't perfect at it, I rose to the occasion, did a pretty good job. I've never been fired. And so I would never have known that I had that potential in me if I'd been so bound by terror that I didn't try. And I also think women in particular, I think this also applies to British people, are made to feel egotistical if they try, if they take a risk. People made me feel very egotistical when I tried to move to America, being like, who do you think you are? Why would you think you, a radio DJ, could have any career whatsoever in America? With no visa, no friends, no money, I didn't know what I was doing. And I understand where that comes from, but it was a real, it really put people's backs up in a way that I didn't expect. But how dare you? And it's so strange to me that we associate having a big ego with going out and trying something bold. Whereas I actually think the bigger and more fragile ego are those who are too afraid to even try for fear of failure. That to me feels like that's a problematically big ego, where you're not even willing to try in case you embarrass yourself, God forbid.
Okay, so can you actually take us down that path? Because even if people are listening to this now, like, yes, I'm going to go for it. When you're like sitting in the shit and you feel like you've really screwed up, that emotion and that, like, you know, your heart starts racing, you start to get flustered. I think it's the things that happen in that moment that then stop you from doing it the next time. So how do you make sure that doesn't stop you?
Well, I mean, look, every psychopath, actual psychopath, does not feel deep cringe upon doing something very embarrassing. And the more public it is, the bigger I cringe at myself. But I've also found that humor is a really healthy way for me to like almost immediately find my way through it, where I can take it and make fun of myself to myself and to my friends and turn it into a funny story and a teachable moment for everyone. And I think then I instantly I take the cringe and I instantly channel it into a funny tale that we can all learn from. And that immediately starts to kind of, it means that I can't weaponize the cringe against myself. You know what I mean? I can't use it as a stick to beat myself over the head with. Like, it suddenly becomes this sort of useful, funny thing that almost releases dopamine because I've made it funny. So many of the mistakes are so funny. Humanity is so funny. Our flaws are so ridiculous. We are so ridiculous. Everything about us is obscene. We're totally ridiculous human beings. Everything we do, if you actually think about what we do on a day-to-day, even sex. Sex is ridiculous. What is this lusting? What are we doing? If you actually break it down, it's obscene. It's fun, but it's obscene. All the things that we hyper-normalize or made to look cool. Smoking, being made cool. Like, we have when you look at anything. And so I've manipulated cringe to be funny. My bio on TikTok is I am cringe, but I am free. Changing the way you choose to look at it so that it can't be used against you. And so I go, okay, well, that felt bad, and now it's funny, and I'd like to try to not do it again. But if I do, I know now that I'm not going to die.
I love that reframe. That's so freaking powerful. Making yourself laugh. I did that for my first public speaking gig. I was so petrified about going on stage, and I thought I was going to freeze. And so my game plan was laugh at yourself. That was literally my game plan. I was like, if I mess up, you just have to laugh at yourself. And that's exactly, I messed up, and I just laughed at myself and made a joke, and everyone laughed, and then I just moved on. And that was the first moment that I thought of the power of humor, of how it can really, what's the word, like distinguish, but
it disarms people as well. Like, it makes you relatable. I grew up with so many perfect people to look up to, and it just made me feel intimidated and bad about myself. I think it's really important for us to have figures that we find to see ourselves in. And I think the reason that I have a large following, it's a following of people who enjoy my mistakes, who enjoy my humanity, who enjoy the ugly, who enjoy the fact that I enjoy all of those things. You know, we're in it together. My podcast is about me learning publicly in front of other people and asking the daft questions no one else wants to ask, whether I'm asking a neuroscientist about how the brain, a psychic who goes to watching us when we're masturbating. Like, I ask the questions that other people feel too embarrassed to ask, and then we all learn together. And it's this really wonderful, tight-knit community on iWay. It's this whole movement I built of people who just want to learn and want to have the freedom to be themselves. And it's so rare that we find out who we are. You can't find out who you are if you don't make mistakes.
Yeah, so true. And let's actually talk about iWay. And you mentioned something earlier about being anorexic, and I know that that's the body dysmorphia of how we feel. If we look good, then we feel better about ourselves. If we don't, if we gain a pound, if we step on the scale, then that can really dictate how we feel. And I used to liken it almost like to the weather. You know how you check the weather to see whether you should wear a jacket or short sleeves? Me and so many of my audience feel like that when it comes to good about myself today or not. Being able to unlock those shackles for me has been tremendously freeing, especially growing up with a mother who eating issues myself. How have you been able to unlock those shackles and be able to talk about it very openly? And what are the things that you're able to do so that you don't end up going back to that point?
I think it was when I decided to move to America, didn't want to bring the same eating disorder that had ruined my life for almost 20 years of that going to me, and knowing that I'm going to Los Angeles, which is the hub of like the most toxic body image in the world. Like, this is where so much of it originates. So like a lot of the heroin chic didn't just come from New York, it was also there on the actresses and the naughties. You know, everyone's pinned in and eating loads of ice cream and being called a pig like the men in the movie. Like it's so much toxic masculinity. So I knew I would have to build some sort of an armor. So that's when I did the EMDR therapy, the unidentified desensitization reprocessing therapy, and I started really actively working on divorcing my toxic relationship with food. And I recognized that talking about it meant that the abuser in my head that I built over decades, who was telling me that my worth was directly attached to my size, if I out him, if I tell everyone about this voice in my head, then not only will they be able to tell me about the voice in their head and we can kind of breathe and figure this out together, but also it's so hard for an abuser to keep openly abusing you once the secret's out. It's the inner bully. It's the voice of an inner bully, and it was just like almost the voice of the patriarchy in my head, just being like, you're thinner, take up less space, you're prettier, look younger, you're valorized with how little space you take up in this world. And so I started the I Weigh movement to kind of make a statement about the fact that actually I weigh my orgasms and my contributions to society and all the mistakes that I made and all the amazing friendships that I have and the relationship that I have. I weigh the sum of all of my parts. I'm no longer going to be defined by a number on a scale. I'm not a fish. This is ridiculous. It's insane.
What up, Romy? I got something free and new to share with you right now. How often are you visited by that negative voice in your head telling you that you're not smart enough, that you're not good enough, experienced enough, not fill in the blank? One of the most powerful things you can learn to do in life is to turn that negative voice into your bestie. And I want to teach you how to do that and so much more in my 4 steps to becoming confident workshop. And guys, the most amazing thing is you can actually register for completely free for this workshop. So click the link on the screen and see me on the inside.
And so I think that the combination of therapy and then starting this very emboldening movement that called out the culture that had poisoned entire generations around their body image and distracted us. I think that's one of the most offensive things about the obsession women are encouraged to have with the way that they look and the size that they keep, is that you can't keep your eye on the ball. You can't. It's harder to grow your education or your mental health or your family or your joy or your happiness or your humanity when you're constantly distracted with the all-consuming terror of food, of gaining weight, of am I exercising enough? It's exhausting. Eating disorder is exhausting. It takes up all of your resources, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. And it's all you think about. It's slippery slope. It's like, I think it's only like 30% of the people who ever develop anorexia ever recover. It's not a lot of people, given that it's a hard serious. And so using my platform to speak out about that, I think I was doing it initially to try to help other people, but it completely saved my life. And when you're seeing this very positive message, it wasn't body positivity because that wasn't really for me because I'm in a slim body. So I don't think that movement is mine to take over, but we work on body neutrality. I can't love my body. I may never love my body. I may never love my face. But if I could just move away from hate, then I've already made a massive victory. Because even when you're loving your body all the time, you're still thinking about your fucking body. I don't want to think about my body. I have so many other things that are so much more interesting that I want to think about. And so neutrality kind of set me free. So I was like, it just doesn't matter. I'll do my best to look after it so that it can move and function the way I need it to. But I'm no longer going to allow this obsession that was planted in me by patriarchy, by patriarchal media, and all these different ways in which that were owned by men, and women participated in that. And women were the editors, and women took the photographs and were in the photograph. We all have something to do with it. I just wanted to break free as much as I could, and so neutrality meant that I wasn't thinking about it at all. I didn't love it, didn't hate it. It was just no longer any of my business or anyone else's business. I wanted to grow who I was going to be. Because that's the person that people are going to want to stick around. None of my friends give a shit what I look like. And my boyfriend gives less of a shit than I look like than I expected that anyone would. He cares about who I am. And so it's been very liberating to move on from that. I'm aware that I'm just like,
I'm so sorry.
even though my face would not have been anywhere near a beauty standard 15 years ago, now it is considered so, and so I recognise that I say this from a place of privilege, but unfortunately mental illness is so crippling that and disorientating that it doesn't matter what you look like, you can't see that. You see something very, very different and almost not human in the mirror. And so just being able to be like, you know, I'm just not going to look in a lot of full-length mirrors. I'm going to do my makeup in a tiny compact. You saw me doing my makeup earlier, and I do everything in that. And then I just get on with my day. My body is now my best friend. It's my ride or die. It's the best friend that takes me to party until 3 in the morning and gets me up and protected me from COVID and heals me while I'm sleeping. And I'm going to treat it so much better now. I'm so sorry for my body. For the terrible things that I said to it and about it all the time. I'm so sorry to my body for starving it for so long, for over-exercising it, for not giving it enough sleep. I'm so sorry for all the resentment and just the heinous way I could treat something that's entire purpose is to try to make me achieve. And so now I fuel it in a way that I'm feeding it because I want to look after it. And I look at it no longer as like my body that's just built my mate, but I'm going to protect for the rest of my life.
Dude, this is so freaking powerful, and the body neutrality thing I've never heard of until I started like researching you, and I was like, it's so powerful because I think what's happening is we either have like, well, if you're going to do it, you've got to go all the way in. If you're going to, you've got to love your body, and if you don't feel like you can love your body, then maybe you may not get started. But having that reframe, exactly what you said, where it's like, I'm just going to see it as a vessel to all these other things that I love, becomes such an empowering piece that now you don't feel like a failure if you don't love your body. Because you already, you said it earlier about that we have the fear of failure and making mistakes. Well, now imagine you've got that body positivity movement. It's like, love your body. It's like, if you can't get there, now you feel like more of a failure. And so you may not even get started. Well, that's a consistent, perhaps coincidental trend for women. So we're always set a very extreme new example of something that we have to meet immediately, so that we're constantly scrambling and again distracted, right? So it's like, oh, you have to go from hating your body to now you have to love your body and you have to be obsessed with your body and you have to be naked on Instagram all the time because that's the new empowering. And now we wanted you to be super skinny. Now we want you to be super skinny but with massive tits and a big ass, but still very thin arms and thin legs. And we want you to be incredibly thin, but we want your face to be gaunt, but not actually look old. We're always given nothing but completely extreme and obscene standards to me, all of the time. And it's just not tenable. We're never encouraged, even as a generation, regardless of gender, towards incremental progress. Everything, even weight loss, it's always going to be like, oh, I lost 100 pounds in 3 months. It doesn't last. No drastic change ever lasts. It's all about incremental, gradual process and progress. Yeah, God, I love that so much. So, okay, so you don't look in the mirror as much. You focus on body neutrality. And then you even said, because I've never really heard of face movement before. And hearing you, and again, I'm just going to be very honest, right? The outside world, like, fucking hell, you're beautiful. So I'm sure people, they wouldn't think of it. And so that's why I love that you're talking about it, because it doesn't matter actually what you look like. You still don't see yourself for how you really are. And so the amount of women, I think, A, do that, and then B, let it stop them. But what I love is that you said, you know, the example was that you look in a little compact mirror, and it's so freaking empowering that you're able to go, okay, what do I want to do? What am I doing that's getting in my way? And then how do I change my behavior? Yeah. And so you changing your behavior, saying, okay, well, instead of saying, I'm never going to go on TV, I'm never going to get in front of the camera, if your heart wants it, you found another way to do it. So number one, you said you looked in the compact mirror. You also always do your own makeup, correct?
Yeah, because I don't want to sit in front of the mirror and have to look at myself. So I do mostly my own hair, unless it involves having my hands up for a really long time because I've got no upper body strength. So it's like a problem. But I do my own makeup, it's quicker, and then I don't have to sit in front of the mirror. So even for like TV, magazines, cover of Vogue, The Good Place, everything, I do my own, like Marvel, everything, I do my own makeup. I've learned to become a professional makeup artist, so that I'm allowed to do everything myself. so that it's quick and not focused. Otherwise, I will obsess. I'm worried that if I look at my face too much, I'll find the flaws and, these filters on the fucking internet and the airbrushing of celebrities. I don't allow anyone to airbrush my photos because of me, not because I'm trying to, I don't know, be on my soapbox about filters. Because if I see those images of myself perfected, it's giving all of us dysmorphia, making all of us hate the faces that we were born with by design. It's no coincidence that now people take their filtered images into cosmetic surgeons and estheticians and say, can you make me look like that? And so they look at it. Yeah. And then you're hearing horror stories left, right, and centre of the suffering that is endured when these things go wrong, or even if they don't go wrong, and money that goes into it. I don't ever want to feel like I'm demonising anyone who has any kinds of procedures, but for me personally, I'm just like, I don't want to spend my time or my money or my pain quota on that. I already have periods. Like, I'm in enough pain. I don't want to opt in and any more discomfort whatsoever. And so if I don't obsess over my face, if I don't get drawn in, then maybe I'll spend that money on, Postmates or holidays or experiences with the people that I love. And again, it's not coming from a holier than thou place, it's just me recognizing that I'm highly susceptible to self-hatred. So I have to protect myself. I cannot filter those photographs. I cannot have my images airbrushed on billboards. And I cannot start the slippery slope of the 12-step skincare regimens and the facials and then the injectables and all of that, because I will never stop once I start. It's addictive and it makes you more and more dysmorphic. It makes it harder for you to really see your face the way other people see it. Out against filters and stuff, because how can you ever look in the mirror after looking at an AI version of yourself and be like, no, that's fine? It's impossible to look at your own face when your brain is constantly being rewired. And so that's why I'm quite vocal about the way that people behave online, because I think it's damaging not only to other people but to themselves. And I'm urging when I first started speaking about it, because I'm just so angry. I'm so angry for 12-year-old me who's grown up seeing all of that and was so distorted by all of it. And so I spoke from a place of real rage. And I think I've calmed down now and recognised that I need to have more empathy for those people who are participating in that. It doesn't mean it's okay for them to profit from it, but for the people who are participating in that, that's coming from the same pain that I was feeling, we just had a different reaction. And so scold, just urge people to go, who made you feel like you can't get older? Who made us feel like men are sexy when they develop wrinkles and women are irrelevant? Who made us feel that grey hair makes them dignified and makes us look as though we've lost all value and credibility, we've let ourselves go? Our wisdom is not wanted in this society. Dignified and wise, we become a threat, and so that's why we are erased. Everyone wants this doe-eyed baby girl, finger on the lip, looking like, where's a big strong man who's going to help me? And that's fine, that's a choice, I get that, it's a Lolita aesthetic, but there is a reason that is what gets elevated and promoted. And we want teenagers on the cover of our magazines. We want brands that can only be afforded by older women modelled by 16-year-old girls. So we don't see ourselves in those images. They don't have what 16-year-old has the money to buy that outfit? I do, but I don't see myself in that because I see a child wearing that. And so now I think if I don't look like the child in that outfit, then I'm going to look wrong. It's just so backwards, but it's because we're threatened by women who look powerful and dignified and wise.
I think that is so beautiful, and we need to start changing that narrative over time. I think that's exactly what you're doing. Did you also see Pamela Anderson when she went to the award and she didn't wear any makeup?
Yeah.
And again, I think that that's what we need to do consistently in order to change the way that we think of it. Because you said it earlier, where it's there's just.
I also found that all really annoying though. Not her, I love her. I just found how big of a deal that is. It's
the woman doesn't wear makeup and she's everywhere.
It was just there was something about that felt like there was a kind of subliminal messaging under the, can you believe it? Wow. It also felt like another way of then having a slight of the women of her age who do wear makeup, if everyone had been cooler about it and not made such a big deal of it, I feel like that would have been far more accepting rather than turning it into this gimmick.
That's an interesting way.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we do. So there needs to be that breaking moment. There needs to be that earthquake shift that then changes everything. And so, unfortunately, because of the way that shift came with something like minute like that, where it's like the poor woman just didn't wear makeup and she went to an award ceremony and now she's glorified for it. But if that's what it takes to have that shift, to have everyone go, oh my God, to eventually come to the point where in 5-10 years we look back, it's like, oh, do you remember that time? Oh my God, how weird was that? Now no one cares. If that's where it's going to lead to, I get it. Versus if it's just that one-off and everyone's
but you also have an extremely beautiful woman with amazing skin who does that. Same thing with Alicia Keys did it. Like it's still like these incredibly, like unattainably, like unattainable levels of beauty, and these people have access to skincare and all kinds of other things that other people don't. I just think, I just want to be careful. It's the same way when people used to like over congratulate me for doing my own makeup. I was a bit like, yeah, I'm not useless. Like millions of women around the world are getting ready for work right now with like a kid hanging off their tit and they're doing their own makeup. I think sometimes when we over congratulate, again, this is not about Pamela. I love Pamela Anderson. I worship Pamela Anderson. I think she's so great and I love what she did. But I'm deeply suspicious of the media, and I just always feel as though there's some sort of subliminal messaging behind how big of a deal we make of this. We infantilize them sometimes, and we turn things that shouldn't be a big deal into the big deal and turn it into a gimmick.
Yeah. No, I actually hear that. I was thinking of like that young little girl that maybe, you know, we looked at someone, even though still made that decision. So if we can start to change the narrative of the decisions that we make, because to your point, it's not that you don't that everyone else does, is that you have the fear, but you don't lean into it. You actually say, okay, this doesn't serve me. Instead of leaning into it, how can I change my behavior so that it doesn't cripple me? And if we can all start to look at it like that, like I'm such a fan of like taking action. Because
totally. I'm sorry, I'm not covering up my stretch marks in good place. I have stretch marks all the way up my tits.
I didn't even realize, and I've seen the show.
And I didn't cover them up, and it meant a lot to a lot of people. But again, it was something that I was like, I made a point of it a few times, but then also like, it's just hyper-normalize it rather than turn it into a statement. Just hyper-normalize it, make it to the point where everyone sees my stretch marks on my tits so often that they then don't notice them. Best place that we can get to, because again, body positivity is an amazing movement, but then we're just thinking about it all the time.
Yeah.
I just don't want anything that we do to have to be a statement. Can we just live?
What up, homie? I was something free and new. Often, are you visited by that negative voice in your head telling you that you're not smart enough, that you're not good enough, experienced enough, not fill in the blank? One of the most powerful things you can learn to do in life is to turn that negative voice into your bestie. And I want to teach you how to do that and so much more in my 4 steps to becoming confident workshop. And guys, the most amazing thing is you can actually register for completely free for this workshop. So click inside. Yeah, I love that, and I love that the way that you assess things though is very much like, how do I want to feel differently? Because even with the makeup thing, I've heard you say, I think it was in a good place, where you were like, I'm going to be in the dressing room and the makeup chair just as little as the guys are. And the reason being is that you're like, I don't want to get up at 5 in the morning. How tired am I going to be? I'm not going to be able to show up and crush it off. And so that I was 3:30. Oh Jesus.
That's what time I would have to get up to be able to do my hair and makeup for an hour and 50 minutes. I was like, I'm not doing cosmetics. It says that Walking Dead. Like, how lucky am I? How much makeup are you going to put on me? For an hour and 40 minutes. It takes 10 minutes. I look ready in the car today, like, and I might not look Hollywood ready, but like, this, it's not good for my self-esteem to feel like it takes an army to make me look camera presentable when the man next to me doesn't. And it's also hours of my sleep that's gone. Think about how many hours of sleep women generally are missing because we feel like we have to get out early and do our hair for ages and do our makeup and do even more. Sleep is almost carcinogenic. Like, it's so vital to our well-being, and there's so many things that we do that stop women from taking that time to rest and sleep. We still live with anxiety, which also makes our husband sleep. So I think I'm just very focused now on rest and joy and pleasure and presence, not preserving the outside for everyone else, really preserving the inside. And I find that, of course, the more I preserve the inside, the less I have to do to the outside. Because I'm not as tired, and I'm eating well, and so then my skin is happy, and my hair is happy, and my face is happy. It's really got to be intense, but there's very little money to be. And how much is all of that, those actions, build your confidence? Because I think a big thing is confidence is attractive. And so when you know what way you are, no matter what you look like, no matter how your skin is, when you exude the confidence, people are attracted to you. And so how much do you think that has been a big part of your
What? Okay, let him down.
Yourself has equated to confidence, and it's the confidence that actually makes you more attractive. I think personally, taking the body and the face relatively out of it and giving it to about 15 minutes of my day, and then recognize those about my own, and then love and happiness and people that I love. I only work with people I love and respect so much. I don't spend time with them, and just the joy of being able to witness their fantasticness. My confidence comes from the background now, no longer thinking about this thing that is constantly being attacked from the outside. It's literally unsafe to put your confidence in your aesthetic because of how much it is under a constant attack from everywhere. It's like a mist. The desire for women to push themselves and to almost feel like they're not enough. It's just everywhere. It's unbelievable. It's vapor that we can't see, but it's constantly coming at us. It's just not safe for me to put my confidence there. Freeing myself of that has allowed me to put my attention into building my brain, building my knowledge and understanding and my wisdom, and truly my mental health and my happiness. That's where my confidence comes from, because you can't shake who I fundamentally am. Twitter will try. But you can't. That is not permanent. What I look like now is not what I will look like tomorrow or in 10 years' time. This is transient. I cannot put it. It's a dangerous stock to invest in. But building the bricks, the foundation of who I am and what I'm going to make in this life, that to me feels like a very safe bet. So that's what makes me feel confident.
And that's what then people see.
Yeah.
Is that, I think you call it a self-defense of the mind.
Yeah, exactly. About what you look at online.
It's going on in the water. It's super nice.
Dogs, cats, bunny rabbits. Listening to what they think that we want to see, and then we get sent loads of content about that sort of thing. And I deliberately spend time working out how algorithms work. That if I spend a lot of time in a video of the dog, and then I save the video of the dog, and I send the video of the dog to someone else, the Instagram's going to go like, oh, this maniac is dog obsessed, and then that's what my Instagram's going to look like. It's not going to be loads of things about weight loss or bikinis or things that are going to make me look old or people going on really expensive holidays. It's just the things that I want to see. It's comedians, dogs, and then things about justice. As I protected my mind by protecting what I see, this stuff is going, it's the first thing we look.
How long?
We follow the case. We'll take a 3 days after tomorrow.
Proposed. And schools canceled in the United States due to migrants live there now. Holy smoke, there's a lot to get to. Let's get to it. First, we have to start with school being canceled, right? Elizabeth TikTok is sharing this. Breaking, this is yesterday at 5 p.m. So yesterday afternoon, well after school had finished, Elizabeth TikTok posted this. JMHSB Brooklyn, whatever, has informed parents that tomorrow classes will be remote. That doesn't happen, by the way. They tried to institute remote classes for snow days in Ontario, and it fell completely flat. Nobody made their kids do that. Anyway, back to this. Why? Why are they doing remote in this Brooklyn school? Because a group of 2,000 illegal aliens are being transferred to New York City and will be sleeping in the school's gym. Americans are being deprived of catered to illegal. Council member Ina V released a statement blasting the decision. This is unacceptable, and then the New York City mayor tagged.
What?
And then the reason I'm saying this is New York schools have to do with Canada. I feel that they are going to go after our institutions. They already are. They're already in hotels with programs that they follow in the United States. And once the hotels are full, well, then they go to schools. Once the schools are full, Elon Musk says they're coming for your home. I don't think he's far off.
Wow.
There's something to be concerned about here. There's a lot to be concerned about here vis-a-vis what's going to happen in Canada, because our property rights are less solid than American property rights. Anyway, so here's the letter from Ina.
Oh, that's so annoying.
I've been informed that due to incoming storms affecting New York City, around 2,000 migrants from Floyd Bennett Field will be transported to James Madison High School this evening and will be occupying its gymnasiums and auditorium overnight. This is both unacceptable and was entirely foreseeable, as Floyd Bennett Field is vulnerable to all forms of inclement weather conditions and is not a suitable housing facility.
No shit, Sherlock.
Accurately predicted by critics of Floyd Bennett Field as a location to be used as a migrant shelter.
Shut up.
Learning and growth for our children, and were never intended to be shelters or facilities for emergency housing. There are approximately 4,000 students attending Madison High School. Their parents are rightly concerned. Our constituents are living in the community with concern for their safety and well-being. This will agitate local residents, but the entire school environment places tremendous burden on the families, students, and school administration staff. As an official representing the community, I demand a full stop to using our public schools as a shelter ever again. I urge my colleagues in government to join me in this effort. We will continue to monitor this.
That is some fucked up shit.
Yikes, right? Once it starts, it's difficult. Once that bell is rung, it's difficult to ring. Elon Musk says this is what happens when you run out of hotel rooms. Soon cities will run out of schools to vacate. They will come to your home. There is lived in TikTok again, says buses are now pulling up to the Brooklyn school and dropping off illegals. School is closed tomorrow, but the illegals will be sleeping in the school gym. How do you think this is going to go? I think this is going to go. I think it's already gone terrible.
Yeah.
Video of that.
I agree with that statement.
There are people getting off the yellow school bus, heading into the school. Right? Why is this acceptable?
I have no idea.
Why is this unacceptable use of tax dollars? Why
was nobody informed that this would be happening?
In what way does arriving in the United States make the United States responsible to house you and make sure you're comfortable and make sure you're fed and all the rest of it? When on the flip side, there are Americans, even veterans who serve the country, who are homeless and going hungry, where illegals are being put up in schools and gymnasiums. Here's another one from Elizabeth TikTok. I just received this footage from a mom in James Madison High School in New York City, where students are learning remotely to make room for illegals to sleep there. Workers are unloading costs, food, and supplies for the illegals. This mom was told not to record. So 45 seconds. Here we go. Looks like the buses are arriving simultaneously. Like you can see the buses in the background arriving.
Why not? Why not? I gotta see where my tax dollars are going.
That's fucking hysterical.
Pretty wild stuff, right? Here is Holly Dillon, and this is what's
Fucking
happening
good
in
line
the
there,
United
lady.
States.
That was
The hotels
fucking
are full,
very nice.
the shelters are full, the schools are being filled, right? That's what's happening in the United States and Canada. Government opened
Wow.
visa applications for Canadians for 1,000 extended family seeking to leave Gaza. Applicants who are able to exit Gaza will also need to meet all disability requirements including fingerprint and background check. So they want to bring people, refugees from Gaza. I think this is poorly ill-advised. We don't know what we're getting ourselves into, right? There's a reason that none of the Arab nations around Gaza
Have taken them in.
Palestine and
Yeah.
Israel will take those people. There's a reason behind it. Us
Well,
stepping
Egypt
in,
did.
white knighting here is not helpful, right? And it doesn't help diplomacy. We should absolutely keep out of it and stop trying to pretend that we know better. Honestly. And people from the Middle East have said people in the West are doing things and playing with things they don't understand, and they refuse to accept when people tell them the reality of it. And they're going to get harmed because of their stupidity. He was bang on. I'm paraphrasing, but I think he was bang on. Here's Brian Lilly, and this is the tax increases in Toronto and housing, and people are worried about how it's going to impact housing. Brian Lilly says it's not just homeowners who will be hurt by Toronto's big tax hike, but renters too. We are looking at a tax hike of more than 10%, while the city refuses to look at existing spending in a serious way and promises more programs. So more spending, huge tax increase, 10%. Guelph had a 10% tax increase. They backed it off to 8 or 9%. But there's a guy in Guelph, and he is standing around the city with a big sign. I mean, it's like a billboard, right? And it says, Cam Guthrie approved a 38% tax hike. And he's right. Over the next 4 years, it's like 10% a year, bouncing between 5 and 10% a year. And so he's not wrong. And people are absolutely numb to this. They don't understand how much of their own money goes to taxes. Something like if you got $100 and bought gas and alcohol.
There's a reason why you can't do your own taxes anymore.
Something like
And they tell you to go to H&R Block to fix it. They don't want you to do your own taxes.
It's a high amount.
Since I've been in school, everybody I know says the same thing. You know, there should only be a course in high school where you get to learn things like your taxes and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I think everybody agrees with that except for...
Interest rates have gone up at the highest rate in 4 years.
There's too dumb to understand, obviously.
That's not paying those increased rates. That's not good. It's not helpful, right?
That's not good. That's not helpful.
1,000 days remain until somebody, hopefully, rescues Toronto from the national government help them see who will it be. Again, I really don't think that Olivia Chow was in any way whatsoever elected properly in the proper course of things. Our elections, from school board to council and city mayors and things like that, all the way up to federal, are, I think, completely and utterly corrupted. I don't think that they're actually functional. I think that it has a facade of functionality. It looks like it works. And if you don't want to
Running on fucking fumes.
it's good enough. But you end up with results like this. I don't think that we're being represented accurately.
From 60 years ago, and we're just like,
people who are working for not the citizens. Somebody said yesterday as well during the
wow, it's so pretty out.
her skating event being bombarded by protesters. She had 4 security guards, and somebody said security for Olivia Chow behind her, right? Making sure that nobody was going to come and attack her or anything like that. 4 security guards for Mayor Chow, no security guards for you. Right? Those guys are probably armed, all sorts of stuff. No security guards for you, right? So it's a really interesting kind of situation that Toronto has gotten itself into, but Canada as well, when the politicians don't actually work for the citizens, but instead work for special interests. And the special interests are tied to, the Confucius Center, or the special interests are tied to this one guy who knows another guy who owns the company and he can put lots of money into your thing. Then, that's a compromised election. We've got proof that there's compromised elections. There's Chinese assets. There's a whole Chinese network of people who are working to get their own assets elected, and they have influence over those assets. And we've got even names like Mary Ng is implicated. Sam Cooper talked about Mary Ng, and still it doesn't seem like anybody cares, because people care. But politicians aren't worried. Mary Ng is not worried. She went down right after these allegations surfaced, nobody cared, right? And so it seems very, very interesting if you just look at the surface. Canada's politics looks okay, could pass a smell test, maybe, if you're not smelling too hard. But it doesn't take much digging at all to come to the conclusion that there's something very hinky, something very fishy going on. Very fishy indeed. Okay, let's talk about Taylor Swift. This is interesting. I think it's a little loud, but I'll just back this up.
Really? Look at you, fucking Mr. I'm so fucking cool.
There's a couple of the things.
Thank you.
Alright, it took so long. I totally forgot about it.
He's nearly incredulous about the whole thing. He makes the point that Christy makes the point, but so does Waters here, Jesse Waters, talking about this. He makes the point as well that the boyfriend who's sponsored by Pfizer, this whole thing reeks like a psyop. But yeah, it seems like pitch NATO on using Taylor Swift as a psyop, and it says right here, goal, identify key actors and key actors Taylor Swift. So you can get Taylor Swift to train her audience to say things, like to have political opinions, right? Like, ooh, Donald Trump's so blah, right? He's a whatever. TLC, right? That's probably okay. The kids don't use that. But you get my meaning, right? So she can influence them. Example, encourage opinion leaders to share counter IO content. Risk, opinion leaders may not want to share the content or may accidentally share misleading content. So here is a part of this. I think it's interesting, and I'm going to show Jesse Waters' take on it as well. But here's part of this. Here we go. Oh my gosh. This is better.
So the first one, that's the most famous and the most common, is working with famous people, or the influencers to share information to a message. So I encourage you to listen here and
Are you fucking kidding me? They psychological reasons for it. It's on the street. Center of Excellence. The Yale Center of Excellence. In 2019, Taylor fucking Swift was probably Rich posted about 1,400 times about as a geopolitical instrument of statecraft that has her goddamn IP with discography was purchased by the fucking Carlisle Group.
Okay, so he goes off and he's swearing and all sorts of stuff. I don't really need to be that kind of explosive with things. Sure, the Carlisle Group. So George Soros bought her intellectual property, and then she re-recorded a bunch of her songs in order to keep the property. But you know what she did? She changed a bunch of the lyrics. One of the songs, the lyric is, told my friends, I'm crazy, that's fine, I'll tell my new day. In the car. And the song was on. It was the new version. You can tell because Taylor Swift sounds older. She sounds different, right? Like the original version was recorded when she was, I think, still a teenager. And so now she's, 40? She's older now, right? She should have kids before time's up, man. I'm just saying. No, my business.
You making coffee now? What?
Fundamentally,
Coffee?
Well,
yeah.
I know the word. When the word
For both of us? I don't want it. You have to go to bed.
I sang the right word, and she did not, and I said that's a stupid song. But
We'll be ready
the whole
for
point
later.
is for her to be like on the side of woke, right? And she is a part of that whole psyop. So I'll listen to her old stuff before, like when she was writing honest songs. I think she actually wrote her song, but now, I mean, it's just like mainlining government propaganda, right? Super. Even music, country music is there's a song called "Get in the Truck" where the guy drives up and he sees the girl. I think I talked about this before. He sees the girl on the road, and the whole song is, I see this girl on the road. She gets in the truck and she's beat up, and he says, "Where's he at?" And she tells him, and he drives up and kills the guy. And the whole thing is he's white knighting this girl, and you're supposed to emulate that. And it's similar to, and I've shown this before as well, but it's these rap guys who are talking in the 80s about how there's a meeting and people came in and said, you don't have to do anything, you might go to jail, but you'll be invested in the prisons and so on and so forth. And like talk about being a thug, make raps about being in jail and doing things to get you in jail, and that will increase the rates of prison and so on and so forth. And it just seems like the target has shifted from one demographic to another, right? From the demographic that would listen to rap music to the demographic that would listen to country music. And I've heard a bunch of other songs highlighting a similar theme, and it's interesting to know. Here's Jesse Waters talking about Taylor Swift and her selling out to the powers that be here.
Taylor Swift, the biggest star in the world. Sorry, Lefto. She's been blanketed across the sports media entertainment atmosphere. The New York Times just speculated she's a lesbian. And last year's tour broke Ticketmaster. A tour that's revenue tops the GDP. Like ridiculous. But I mean, have you ever wondered why or how she blew up like this? Well, around 4 years ago, the Pentagon Psychological Operations Unit floated turning Taylor Swift into an asset during a NATO meeting. What kind of asset?
You came in here wanting to understand how you just go out there and counter that information operation. The idea is that social influence can help encourage or promote behavior change, so potentially as a peaceful information operation. I include Taylor Swift in here because she's she's a fairly influential online person. I don't know if it's kind of her.
Yeah, that's real. The Pentagon PSYOP unit pitched NATO on turning Taylor Swift into an asset, which embedding this information. This is nothing new. In the 1950s, the government strong-armed Louis Armstrong into doing propaganda across Africa. The CIA did the same thing with jazz singer Nina Simone. They did it without her really knowing. And Kristen Elvis in his war on drugs. He gave the king a badge and named him a covert federal law enforcement. Michael Jackson was attacked by Reagan, using his song Beat It and his public service campaigns against teen drinking and driving. Michael Jackson persuading minors to not drink. So this Swift was from political. But we're curious, because the pop star who endorsed Biden is urging millions of the followers to vote. Sharon Links and her boyfriend Pfizer, and their relationships boosted the NFL ratings this season, bringing in a whole new demographic. So how's the PSYOP going? Well, as usual, Biden's not calling the shots because he doesn't even know who Taylor Swift is. He's confused with Britney Spears and Beyonce.
You could say even it's harder than getting a ticket to the Renaissance tour or Britney tour. Kind of warm.
Former FBI agent Stuart.
So they go into, he says, is this plausible?
Now, Stuart, is this feasible?
Yes, 100%. It's absolutely feasible. 100, yes. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. And the more I think they're thinking, who else can we get to date NFL players? Here's Canada's daily newspapers are owned by one company. So here's the 2022 ownership group. So this is a couple of years old now, if you think about it. The ALTA newspaper group has 3. The Post Media Network has 37 papers. Okay, so there's Continental Newspapers that has 3. CN2I has 6. It's a French outlet. I think that's the second biggest. Independent has 6. Four-Star Group, or I was wrong, Four-Star Group has 7, but that's Toronto Star, Hamilton Spectator, Niagara Falls Review, Peterborough Examiner, St. Catharines Standard, Tribune Rowan, and the Record River. And
baby, I love you.
I love you.
There is electromagnetic energy in.
Hi everyone, my name is Jerry Wise, and today I'd like to talk to you about how a narcissistic parent can break our attachment style. I've been working with individuals, families, and couples for decades, 40, 45, helping them to get their family of origin out of them and to learn to begin to self-differentiate or family differentiate so that they can be their true selves. And today I want to talk about how our attachment style has been broken as a result of growing up in a narcissistic home. And when I say a narcissistic home, I don't mean everyone in the family is a narcissist. What I mean is there is a narcissist or several narcissists in the family. Many times you can have a parent who's a narcissist, you can have one of your siblings who is a narcissist.
Brother-in-law.
And that if you have one parent who is truly a narcissist, then those dynamics are going to impact the whole family. And that's why I say like a narcissistic family. And again, I don't mean everybody in the family has no empathy. Everybody in the family rages. Everybody in the family is shame shedding on everyone else. It's not that. That comes from the narcissist. But it does impact everybody in the family because everyone in the family is connected emotionally in all families. Well, if you add a narcissist to the family dynamics, you're going to have these kinds of difficulties. Since 2010 or so, there by Amir Levine and Rachel Heller, and it's called Attach. And it talks about attachment styles. And basically there are three: anxious attachment, avoidant attachment, and secure attachment. And I believe that with those indications of attachment styles, the authors go into the important dynamics of how you could recognize attachment styles in others, could relate to them in a better way, and also to identify your attachment style and how you can deal with that in better ways, how you can think better, behave better, respond better. While I think that's very helpful, and I think it has helped many people, I want to talk about it from almost a family of origin perspective. When we talk about attachment style and where it comes from, the jury's still out as, for example, to know exactly where our attachment style comes from. And I think there's lots of dynamics. We're complicated organisms. People are complicated things. And so there can be lots of sources of where we made our attachment style from. I think a strong point is, of course, family of origin. But I know there's genetics, I know there's genes, I know there's DNA, I know there's life experiences, life traumas, there's all kinds of things that can go into our attachment style. However, whatever our attachment style is, I think the work of doing self-differentiation could be a big help in making and helping us move towards a more secure style. The avoidant and the anxious attachment styles are both an enmeshment wound. When we have an anxious attachment style, our anxiety pushes towards someone too much emotionally. If we are insecure and we have an avoidant attachment style, then we will move away from intimacy and closeness and move away from that person. But in my view, either of those styles come out of too much closeness. Oftentimes people will think, well, that person's just so avoidant. They're just so distant. My husband runs away from me all the time. My wife, all she does is avoid. But often we don't see how often that type of avoidance also is a product of too much closeness. I don't need to avoid if I'm comfortable with some intimacy or closeness or emotional proximity. But if there's been too much closeness or enmeshment, let's say in my family of origin, then I may find avoidance is the way to go. And I will take that to my relationships. And if we have too much enmeshment in our family of origin, and often we can become people pleasers or anxiously people pleasing, anxiously codependent, anxiously connected to others, even dependent, or wish others to be dependent on us. And both, again, have the struggle of an unresolved closeness, togetherness, versus a separateness or autonomy individuality problem. Those two forces are not managed well, and were not managed well when we grew up. And in fact, narcissistic families don't manage togetherness and individuality or separateness well at all. And that can make for really difficult productions of attachment styles that can be stubborn in terms of moving to a more secure attachment style. And when I think of a secure attachment style, I think of a self-differentiated attachment style. And I think even the author and other people talk about that style as being one that can be connected while separate. Connected while separate. And we talk about that as being kind of a healthy norm in family therapy and most psychology in terms of relationships, and how we want the combination of being able to be close without enmeshment and being able to be separate without avoiding your distance. We want to be here, neither here nor here. We want to be here, where we have proximity and closeness and intimacy while still maintaining self and a sense of self. I believe understanding your attachment style can be helpful in understanding your reactivity. And again, I think if we take a look at our attachment style and we think about our family of origin, we can begin to see how our family of origin kind of shapes that attachment style that we have. But we have to remember, and I think it's important to remember, our attachment style is not us. Attachment style does not equal me. It is an attachment style, and I understand it can be a learned or programmed process in how I do relationships. But I'm not sure that it equals me. It equals a true self. What I like to talk about, think about, is what then is our attachment style with ourselves? What is your attachment with yourself? That's one of the best ways, I think, to promote a secure attachment and a healthy attachment style. How am I attached to me? And how I'm attached to me, how I learned to be attached in certain ways to me, growing up in my family of origin, will help me in terms of clarifying fear, the relationships with others, and how I am attached to them. So we want to make sure we take a look at what is my attachment with me? What is my anxiousness with me? I think one of the things, a lot of people have trust issues. I don't think that's uncommon. And they will have trust issues, learn to trust other people. And I go, well, did you ever learn how to trust yourself? Did you ever learn how to trust other people in your family? Oh, no. They were not trustworthy. Crazy. It was volatile. There wasn't trust in that regard. Then what did you take away from it? Now you're an adult. How do you trust yourself? Oh, I really don't. But yet you'd like to learn how and learn how to trust me. Can you count on you? And one of the things I discovered for myself was that I didn't feel like I could count on me. I couldn't trust me. I couldn't count on me. And then I wonder, insecure. Why am I so anxious? Because I really don't trust me. And I hadn't come to learn to do that in a healthy way. I have a program that I list below in the description in which I suggest you take a look at to help learn how to begin to trust you, learn how to improve your attachment and your attachment style with yourself, and you will find greater relationship successes, recovery, and healing. And I would suggest you take a look at that program. I think it could be of help to you. Family differentiation, your new road to self. What can we do then with attachment? Begin to learn and practice a secure attachment style with yourself to become more self-differentiated. It's not that I want to disconnect from people. It's not that I don't want to have intimacy in my life. But if I don't manage the forces of togetherness and separateness well, I'm not going to find that easy to achieve. And so in the program, I talk about togetherness and separateness and how we can come out of that. And I've seen that with people who have taken the program, people I've worked with for years. They have better relationships by learning how to manage togetherness and separateness. If you've grown up in a narcissistic separateness are all messed up. There's a way to begin to learn that healthy balance. And I think that we can achieve that. Secondly, we want to learn and observe how your family's super self informs your attachment style. In other words, what I learned growing up, the experiences that I had, it can even extend to adult experiences that you've had. But if you go back to your family of origin, you can learn, oh, wait a minute, I think it's, where did I learn to become codependent? As a recovering codependent, where did I learn to do that? Well, if you take a look at your family, you can see ways in which you were either shamed, guilted, felt insecure, worthless, stupid, dumb, not confident. Well, how do you think that's going to inform my attachment style in a significant way? Through healing in those areas and practicing, observing how I function in my family of origin, even today, can inform that process. And then thirdly, anxiety awareness. One of the things I find throughout all the book on attached is anxiety awareness. And that's something that I've been preaching and talking about since 1979. What is our anxiety awareness? Are we aware of that? And I don't mean, oh, am I just nervous? I mean, how am I reacting? Why do I become reactive? What was the pinging that was going on for me? What was the triggering that was going on? And if we can begin to manage our anxiety, manage our reactivity, I think we can loosen the unhealthy attachment styles and come to more of a secure attachment style. I hope that you'll subscribe, like, comment on this video, and thank you for joining me. Have a great day and be wise.
Tide is busting laundry's biggest myth.
That cold water can't clean.
Cold water on those things?
Oh, wow. Okay. You know what? Seriously? How?
And now, who says, I don't agree with armed rebellion, breakaway societies are the answer. Is spirit of the age correct? 1, for breakaway societies. 2, for other forms of rebellion. Look, I'm not going to endorse violent rebellion or any kind of violence, as a matter of fact. But 1 or 2, do you think breakaway societies or other methods? Let me know, because we've got a great chat today. All sorts of topics to cover. You know that, well, I'll be careful because at the moment we're still on YouTube, but Brett Weinstein had a conversation. Weinstein. Brett comes on here and he's very particular about Weinstein. Why would he be? It's his name. He said that as many as 17 million people may have perished as a result of medical interventions in the last couple of years. We're still on YouTube now, so I have to be somewhat euphemistic about the nature of those medical interventions. But we have got an incredible story for you today because Pfizer are investing in turbo cancer medications. That's right. Albert Bourla believes that turbo cancers are about to be on the rise. Turbo cancer is going to affect, this is called Albert Bourla, all families, and 33% of all human beings will suffer from turbo cancer. I don't know. Albert Bourla, his medical prognoses are kind of like Nancy Pelosi's financial prognoses. When Nancy Pelosi thinks stocks are going to rise, seems somehow that they do. So could it be similar with Albert Bourla? Does he know something we don't know about turbo cancers? We'll be telling you some stuff about that a little later. Remember, join our over on Locals. Join the likes of Nibs2 and Jay Gwyn Wild by supporting our movement so we can oppose the corruption that we're discussing today by reporting accurately and as time goes on, perhaps forming the kind of breakaway societies that Spirit of the Age, a member of our community over there on Rumble, is discussing. We'll be on YouTube for about 20 minutes. Then we will stride into the stream of free speech that is Rumble to discuss important topics such as the farmer revolt, such as the Ecuadorian television station attack and apparent or social tension stroke borderline revolution. We'll be talking about that in a minute. But before we get into that, did you know that France has got a new prime minister? Have you seen how young he is? Look at him. Barely, that's not him. No, this is him. Get the French prime minister. This guy. That's not him. This is the new French. Look at that gorgeous prime minister. He's unbelievable. Can we trust him? Has he got any ties to Davos? I will find out now. What's his name? Who is this guy? I know everything about him except for what his name is and whether he's ever worked at the WEF. I was going to say that I bet he has. I bet he's done one of those little stewardships. Pantium on the Awaken Wonder chat compliments this fine pink shirt. Appreciate it, guys. Now, let's have a look at these events in Ecuador before coming a whole variety of stories, including agricultural revolt and all of the kind of anti-globalist rhetoric that you come here for. Thanks for joining us over on Rumble. If you're watching us there now, subscribe, like, build our community. So 10 people have been killed as a series of attacks blamed on gangs, although I think they're calling them terrorists now and connecting them to Mexican drug cartels. I'm wondering if Mexican drug cartels are kind of the ISIS of our age. I'm not suggesting that there isn't such a thing as Mexican drug cartels. I'm saying I wonder how they're being utilized by dominator culture narratives. Let me know if you know stuff about that we don't, because I know you are well informed and awakened. So it looks like Ecuador could be on the brink of civil war, but even that could be a mainstream media narrative. But what is certain, at least the footage seems to suggest is true, that hooded gangsters entered the TV studio, and this looks truly dystopic. Check it out. Let's have a look.
Tonight, this is the chilling moment. Armed men stormed the set of a public TV channel in Ecuador, firing off.
That's pretty heavy. That's pretty heavy to see that what looks like a news anchor with the barrel of a gun connecting with his throat. That's some heavy activity.
Guns and waving apparent explosives during a live broadcast. The studio crew taken hostage for at least 15 minutes.
I like your point, Spirit of the Age, because actually when you keep guns fired in a TV studio, it makes you feel that it is very important to emphasize the significance of non-violent movement. Civil disobedience, yes. Non-participation, yes. Denial of the corrupt authority that reigns wherever we look, it seems. But we hear guns being fired in a TV studio. And someone just said, Centaur 66, that is the first openly gay prime minister. Interesting, openly gay. So you're assuming that there's been privately gay prime ministers in France. Historic for such a strongly Catholic country. So let me know his name. I don't mind who he is. I'm interested in whether he's going down the old Davos.
On air as the country watched. Police later surrounding the station, arresting several suspects. And across Ecuador, fiery blasts rocking multiple cities, this one engulfing a police car. The wave of violence beginning just hours after Ecuador's president declared a state of emergency, following a prison escape by notorious Los Choneros gang leader Adolfo Macias.
Adolfo Macias, he's running things from behind the door in prison in Ecuador. So let me give you a little breakdown on that story as best as we can understand it. Humanization says simply France is gay. For the whole country of France is gay. It's an interesting analysis. We're English. Of course it's gay. I don't know if there's some interesting stuff going on. Join that Rumble chat. You'll enjoy it. Or Gabriel Attel is his name. So Bobby Leo 1 on the Awaken Wonder chat on Locals. Actual information over there on the Rumble chat. Fantastic humour. All joyous, all nuanced, all beautiful, all loving. So Ecuador's president has ordered that criminal gangs be neutralized after days of violence culminating in an attack on a TV studio. We've already seen that there have been 13 arrests and 10 people have been killed, and a state of emergency for 60 days has been introduced. That's what it takes in Ecuador to introduce a state of emergency. Armed attackers entering a TV studio, potentially masterminded by a recently escaped or sprung gangster leader. State of emergency in Canada. These people are armed with trucks and someone has tooted their horns. Ah! Emergency! Emergency! I can't cope! I can't cope! Outrageous, really. But the emergency was declared after a notorious gangster vanished from his prison cell. It was when the incident at the TV studio in Guayaquil was related to the disappearance from a prison in the same city of the boss of the Chineros gang, Adolfo Macias Villamar, or Fito as he is better known. President Noboa said on Tuesday that an internal armed conflict now existed in the country and is mobilizing armed forces to carry out military operations. Extraordinary. That is some Mission Impossible 7 stuff right there. I think what you'd have to do, I think, is start freezing the bank accounts of these gangsters at Canada style. Isn't that amazing that in Ecuador you've got gangsters storming TV studios, springing people out of jail, and that's the same level of emergency as in Canada saying, would you mind telling me what's in that medication before I take it? Emergency! And there's more outrage across the world. Agricultural protests are exploding. Let's finish off what's going on in Ecuador, and then we'll look at more of this global disruption. I'm telling you, a global movement is on the rise, and it's the function of the legacy media and establishment power to ensure that we regard it as disparate and separate. All over the world, it seems evident to me that there is a desire to achieve centralized control over food, usually using the language of ecology to achieve authority. Let's have a look at the rest of this Ecuador story and see if it is connected, even tangentially, to this sort of globalist elitism that we're experiencing currently.
Government battling with what they say are at least 22 different criminal groups angered by that state of emergency. Tonight, authorities say at least 7 police officers have been kidnapped. Ecuador, once known as one of South America's most peaceful countries, seeing an explosion in recent years of organized crime-related violence linked to Mexican drug cartels.
And David, that state of emergency will remain in place for at least 60 days, which gives the country's military the right to enter some of the prisons there, criminals inside of which are responsible for so much of the violence we've seen recently.
That'd be so cool to talk to you if you're there experiencing that stuff. It seems pretty heavy to me. There's some of these agricultural protests that are breaking out across Germany. We're fascinated by the spate of agricultural protests across Europe and the world more broadly. I know that in Iowa there have been protests in the United States of America, in India last year, in Sri Lanka, in the Netherlands, now in Germany, because, well, let me give you the sort of literal breakdown. There have been roads because of planned cuts to agricultural sector, subsidies that the government said could be co-opted by right-wing extremists. I'm guessing that the protests could be co-opted rather than subsidies. Now, subsidisation is interesting, isn't it, when energy companies get subsidised or agriculture gets subsidised, because in a sense it's contradictory to the model of capitalism that assumes that scarcity and market forces are what's driving the once you have introduced subsidies, raises a lot of questions. Nevertheless, it seems to me that farmers across the world are being persecuted, in my mind at least, to achieve control over food globally.
Braving temperatures below freezing, farmers protested across Germany in nearly all 16 federal states. 500 tractors were camped at the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin's government district, with city centres blocked with farm equipment in Munich, Hamburg, Cologne, and
do you feel positive when you see tractors? Like, they generate this feeling of general benevolence, harmony, and well-being. I see a tractor, especially a tractor out of context, like a tractor in a town. I think that's some good stuff. Question the symbols around Russell's. What's for this? The Stay Free logo. You don't need to get so superstitious, Woolney, in the chat. But let me tell you literally what this is about. anti-globalism, decentralization, real power for the individual and real power for communities, ending culture war, ending division, empowering ordinary people to oppose establishment corruption across the globe, ending the ABC alphabet groups that dominate across the globe, like the IMF, the WEF, the WHO. What we want is you to be empowered. It doesn't matter if we agree with each other at all. What matters is that you're able to live your life freely, I'm able to live my life freely, and Drew Horseshoe, I think your tractor's sexy. There's some sexy tractors right there in Germany. Whenever ordinary people stand up against authority, was the first thing that the legacy media tell you, they're Nazis, the Canadian tractors, Nazis, the Sri Lankan farmers, Nazis. Wow, it seems like there's a hell of a lot of Nazis out there.
Bremen too. Outside of these major hubs, slow moving farm vehicles block motorway routes, was a major traffic delays nationwide. Scrambling to fill a €17 billion funding gap in the 2024 budget, transferring that cost at the top for subsidies.
We consume 120,000 liters of diesel per year. And this agricultural diesel refund of 21 cents amounts to €25,000 for us.
The initial plan was to axe the subsidy entirely, but was modified last week in the face of backlash to cut the subsidy by 40% in 2024 and end it only in 2026. Farmers are also set to lose their vehicle tax discount.
I've got no problem at all with great regard for the environment. I notice that whenever measures are introduced in order to protect the environment, they are usually punitive to ordinary people and beneficial to existing power structures. And whenever people oppose state authority or global, become right-wing extremists. Is that yes? Thank you. Thank you. German farmers block the road with tractors in subsidy protests. Partial U-turn by Berlin fails to avert week-long nationwide action. So there you go. This is sort of same old playbook. We asked you thought the reason was that the government were targeting them. Is it because these measures are being introduced to help the environment, or is it to gain centralized control? You know what's going on. 97% of you recognise that it's about gaining control of food. It's an extraordinary world we're living in. The state and the state's toolbox are losing power. The facilities of the state are being eroded. We're seeing new voices rise up everywhere. And I'm astonished to see that Don Lemon is going to have his own show on X highlighting the need for free speech. Do you feel that is that what we see Don Lemon as an advocate for? Yes or no? YON. Let me know in the Rumble chat. That's where it's going now. Now, I don't know a great deal about Don Lemon, except I do remember during the pandemic period, he appeared to be advocating for censorship and shaming. But hey, I suppose we all make mistakes. Let's have a look. I've heard you on today. I'm back, big up all the free, my new media company's first project with Don Lemon show, available easy. It's going to be on X. That's interesting because Don Lemon cannot be called a right-wing figure, can he? And now remember, X was Media Matters went to war with X. You remember because they said that X put Nazi material next to what kind of content were they saying? Anti-Semitic content next. They sent many of their advertisers their posts next anti-Semitic posts, didn't they? Now, Chris Pavlovsky, the head of and CEO of Rumble, has said that he feels that they are being persecuted by forces within Amazon. Let me have a look at this. Just to read the post so you get a better picture of it. Short seller creates a bogus report, then sends it to the SEC. The SEC investigates the bogus report, then the short seller talks to the media to get story about how the SEC is investigating the report that started with him. The media happily writes the story. The report is bogus, but that doesn't matter. It's all to get investors to sell the stock so the short seller profits. Oh, I see. So it's like a financial coup. Good news, it won't work. We saw the attacks coming and we prepared for them. Prior to going public, we chose to use Google Analytics to track and report our MAUs so we could be ready for this very moment. This is just the start. They're coming for us in 2024. They can't stand Rumble's mission. They're going to learn quickly how hard we punch back. And for more illegal options to hold short sellers accountable for their attempts to deceive and manipulate the public. We'll not hesitate to fight back. Extraordinary. It's interesting to see how some platforms are subject to censor that others are able to avoid. Facebook and YouTube have acknowledged that they were about adverse events when it came to the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID vaccines. Now, there are lawsuits now underway. People are claiming damages because of this now acknowledged to be harmful vaccine. Facebook and Instagram have been profiting from placing corporate ads from companies such as Walmart and Match Group next to content potentially promoting child sexual exploitation, illegal filing, allegedly. So it seems like extraordinary and erratic the way that some platforms are subject to censorship. Some platforms are subject to persecution, and yet other platforms are able to get away with this kind of astonishing conduct. Only a few months ago, the Instagram, owned by Meta, does this. That online?
Sure, shining a light on the dark underside of social media. Investigation by the Wall Street Journal and the university researchers saying that Meta Platforms owned Instagram is connecting and promoting a network of accounts dedicated to underage sex content. The journal says Instagram's technology connects pedophiles and its algorithm recommends the illicit content. The statement Meta says that it continually explores ways to combat violations of its child safety policies and is committed to continuing that work.
Do you think that certain platforms are unduly persecuted, like X and Rumble, whereas platforms that are compliant and amplify state propaganda and participate in censorship, particularly, say, in the pandemic era, where Facebook acknowledged that they were censoring true information? YouTube to this day, and I know that some of you are watching this on YouTube right now, we love you, and the platform's been incredibly good to us. But YouTube have acknowledged that they were censoring information. That was true. They still use WHO guidelines, and that seems to me to be a dubious modality given what we're learning about the WHO. Extraordinary. So let me know if you think, just yes or no, do you think that some platforms are subject to punitive measures that others aren't? Like Rumble and X, for example, that seem to be pro-free speech rather than the more censorial platforms like Facebook, Insta, and the other metaverse platforms. Hey, while you're answering that question, I know you lot are cynical, aren't you, about UFOs and UAPs? You generally, a load of you are watching the Awaken Wonder chat right now. You all think that generally, yeah, you all agree with me. Yeah, that's pretty clear, isn't it? Like, you lot are cynical about UFOs and UAPs, thinking that they're often used as a distraction. But have you seen Alfred Jeremy Corbell has gained access to this bit of footage that's sort of become colloquially known as the jellyfish UFO? Have you seen this thing? It's good stuff. Check it out.
Collected. Thermal was filmed on a weapons platform. You see that there's a dog there. See the animal.
I think Jeremy Cole coming on here said, I've seen, that's the kind of UFO I've seen. Let me know if you've seen UFOs before or UAPs as they're called now. I, when I was in Los Angeles, saw one once, and it was sort of diaphanous and see-through. You know when you sort of stare and you see like things floating down in front of your eyes? It looks exactly like that. And before you say, no, it wasn't that. It looked exactly like that, but it wasn't that. And how I know is there's someone else there. I was outside, looked up, and I saw this sort of like shape floating through the sky, diaphanous, not a little dangle leg like this little guy. And I said to the other guy that was over me, can you see that thing? And he said, yeah. I thought, hello, UAPs, UFOs, it's all happening. That's just a jellyfish, says Chip Henson. It's not a jellyfish floating above a dog.
Moles are black. I'm assuming this is black hot. You see the object just went to white, and you'll see it going from white to black, and that's basically showing the heat differential. So it's going hot and cold, hot and cold. The problem was the optics platform was jammed. These individuals who target with these platforms, they can shoot out an Al-Qaeda tire at 27 miles away, but not being able to lock it was one of the first signs that
fake news. UFO report are nothing more than another red flag. It's an imperial probe, weather balloon, extraterrestrial distraction, holograms, UFOs. They're a distraction. You don't knock down with UFOs, are you? Why are you not into it? Rubbish. These films are bad. Shit out. Don't be angry about it. Just a weather balloon. Then someone think about the Quran, Photoshop, not buying it, all news is fake news, squid drones. Right? The people have spoken. Free speech of Rumble Pebble. Oh, some people shaming the 7-Eleven. No, it's not a distraction. Do you not think intergalactic and maybe even interdimensional beings are communicating with us? Do you not think that there's ways of manipulating consciousness? Is it not possible that the revolutionary next stage in humanity is going to require us that we transcend and access new levels of consciousness? And maybe there are maybe elsewhere in the galaxy are forms of life, consciousness, and intelligence that are transcendent of us. Do you think it's possible, or do you just think? Do you think yes, that is possible, but this is not that? Is that what you guys are saying? Demons, pet. It's not a pet. You lot. Okay, so do you want to see some more of Jeremy Corbell? Jeremy's going to join us here. I'm determined to make you guys believe. You will believe. You will believe. Hey, remember later in the show we're going to be talking about Pfizer's new cure for turbo cancers, which would suggest that we're all going to be getting turbo cancers sometime soon. Now the ballers backing turbo cancer drugs, so turbo cancer coming to a family member near you. Yes, it's possible. Butt demon. It's not a butt demon. You're being childish now. I've involved you in the debate. So, hey, have you seen the New York City's kicked students out of Brooklyn High School in order to relocate nearly 2,000 migrants, housed out Floyd Bennett Field ahead of a potentially damaging storm? Here's Musk's post on it. They've run out of hotel rooms, they're kicking kids out of school for illegal housing. Now they want your homes too. How are you lot feeling about that? Musk also asked the following regarding New York Congresswoman Clark, saying, well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this post. And then I've got the footage here of her saying that.
And from Brooklyn, New York, we have a diaspora that can absorb a significant number of these migrants. And I when I hear colleagues talk about, the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying, I need more people in my district, but just for redistricting purposes. And those members could clearly fit here.
Redistricting purposes, is that a kind of form of gerrymandering where you want people that are able to favourably participate in elections? Is that what's being referred to there? Let's have a look at there's a woman protesting about it. It makes me a little bit sad actually. This is a woman with a child. I mean, no one's benefiting from this, are they?
Why are you yelling? Because I'm agitated mother. Of course you are. Everyone always fucking noticed. Very clear.
2024 reaching up the year of discontent, rebellion, revolution. There's democratic activity apparently in all of our nations, many of our nations, your nation, my nation, elections in 2024 in the UK, in the USA. People seem more fractured, fragmented and agitated than ever before. Divisive issues dominate our news cycle. Legacy media are doubling down on division. How are we going to elevate ourselves beyond the limitations they impose on us? We are going to continue to spread truth and find new ways to unite. Unify but decentralize is one of our models. We're going to leave YouTube now. Start the countdown. But if you stay with us on Rumble, not only will you get glorious opportunities to win things like this, you will also learn about Pfizer's new cancer drug. You will learn about an interesting scandal in the UK where a new TV drama has galvanized the public and caused political point scoring. Yet more insincerity from the political class. We'll have a little look at that Alaska Airlines plane falling open. And most importantly, we will hear from you. We're going to talk about former Pfizer scientist Michael Yeadon. Oh, you're going to love it.
Ow!
Let's share the bone and blood. You will someday realize the holiness. For she until then, your obedience will suffice. But this Sunday, the sister doesn't want to be on vacation. I have been told that you will stay on Monday.
Such a beautiful day out. It's a beautiful day. Don't let it get away.
Are you about to learning that? No more favors. They might differ. After one that's been a 40. The sister with me can tell you that you're close up wearing a cherry would be a stray. Yeah. You ain't that correct. You ain't doing that. You're a man. Yeah. Sure. What do you think? Home.
No kidding.
Yeah. Make her go away. Not a magician.
Oh, fuck off, really? And you people ruined my life. Please, I want to die. Oh, wow.
Always stop, collaborate and listen. Pump up the jam, pump it up.
That was just a dream, just a dream. No true. Take you to the place I love. Take me all the way. I can't let go. See, I'll do anything. You like this, I like that. But I think you're moving too fast. To the mind, yeah. Well, I just can't push because ready or not, I'm ready. Oh, I'm coming back to me. Can't you see? What I really want to say. I feel something inside to say. One more time. It's not coming and I don't stop coming. Take a look at my life and realize like that. It's not hard to see. We made it through the storm. Took you down the road I've ever been down. Back. It'll take a little time. Everything that was in this before. Cause I'm not like too much things. That's why my blessings on me. Oh, that you want to do what I need. Oh, there is no sound. Jump up and get down. Every time when I was young, it's driving me out of my mind. But it's worth all the while. The weather's so sweet that the fire in your eyes out. Such a love, say hey. It's all we know. Now you are here, 21st century. Gone so fast.
What? Yeah. I didn't know you were sleeping. I thought you were still on your computer. I didn't know you were sleeping already. I thought you were still on your computer.
What's up, dog? Waiting for you up the stairs.
I'll come get him.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you worked really hard. Eating powder something? The gel one? Do not sniff the dirt. Oh. I just realized. Back. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, this is a bit of an inconvenience.
I've been telling everyone, this is a great team.
Hey.
Crest Advanced Gum Restore fights plaque bacteria below the gum line, promotes gum healing, and restores those back to health. Crest.
Treat. Good. Alright, go. Go pee. Go pee. Go pee. Go pee. Go. Oh. You want to go back upstairs? Guillermo? Guillermo. Look at your face. Ugh. Let me see your dumb face. What's your dumb face? Right? And then now see your face.
gonna give you some love this time. I know. Nose right there, it's the nose right there. See, how hard was that? Right? Now, how hard was that? You make a big fuss for something that we done like that, and you think I'm like abusing you. I'm talking to you. Acknowledge me. Right? Just trying to help. I'm just trying to help you. I want you to feel better. Anyway. Your breath is disgusting. Gosh. Please,
Yes. Thank you. That's all I wanted. Fucking dick. Let's switch the volume. Let go. Oh man. Every kiss, every touch, you make me fall in love with you. Upstairs with you. Let's say yes. Wait, stop. Good boy. Oh, that's hard as fuck. Oh, I'm gonna do something for you upstairs. Hang on. Wait. There's a bed. No, don't. Was it packed? Just one? Really? Okay, 30 seconds. Just see if we can play it. Hey! No! Come here. No, come here. 1, 2. Oh. 3. Look.
Wait.
Hey, how are you?
Better not be for 12 while I start sleeping. We open the window.
Oh wow. 2005.
Oh, what?
One time it told Tucker that an alarming number of people may have died as a result of the COVID vaccine. Meanwhile, Albert Bourla's made a $43 billion bet that turbo cancers are going to be on the rise. A cynical person might seem to make a connection between these two alarming facts about Pfizer. Hello there, you're waiting in thanks for joining us on our Voice to Truth and Freedom. Remember, we stream every day and we have a supporters movement that we would love you to belong to. There's a link in the description telling you how you can participate in our movement and potentially avert the kind of global peculiarities that we're addressing right now. You would have seen that Brett Weinstein on Tucker talking about how many people recent medical interventionism during the pandemic period. We reported on that data capture from New Zealand that revealed that the figures could be as high as 17 million. Now, this is purely speculative figures at this stage, and I wouldn't like to posit anything other than that. But certainly we know that adverse events are extremely certainly we know that has been confusing around that. One thing that's for sure is that Pfizer and their CEO, Albert Bourla, are pretty confident that there's going to be a turbo cancer explosion all around the world. And guess what? There has been recently, and this is a fact, an extraordinary cancer in numbers decided that platform as the work could be causing it. I wonder if it's comparable to the recent rise in heart disease around the world. Now, if you want to see us speaking about this more plainly during our movement, details below. So let's get into this. First of all, by looking at Brett Weinstein talking to Tucker, then we're going to look at Bourla betting that turbo cancers are going to explode around the world. And you know, when Bourla makes the moonshot, Bourla hits the moon. He's like some sort of bomb villain. When that guy says, I'm going to hit the moon, there's going to be some new this extraordinary rise in cancer in young people. You see if there's any connection between that. And I don't know, would you come on to think that you found out that the making of mRNA vaccines had indemnity for legal prosecutions? That would be an interesting step from recent medical intervention.
I was recently at a conference in Romania, the closest. There's a lot of work trying to unpack what we actually understand.
I love Brett Weinstein. He always looks a little bit down, but I feel like Brett Weinstein, he can give you a birthday gift. He's still thinking about heaven and you probably don't want it. But listen, I'm sorry to put it in. No, I like it. No, it's not good.
I saw it credible.
No, I'm for
Yes. Some of this personality. So
17 million deaths from COVID. Those figures line up with what's been said when human pertaining to the New Zealand data. Obviously, the legacy media are not reporting on. And as a side note, couple of days can slightly different.
Well, when you scale up to billions, it's not hard to reach a number like that with the technology that's changing. People's willingness to accept has allowed this tyranny to use it as a it's something people need to become aware of. There are a number of features of our environment. Basically, they are blind spots that we can't see. Vaccines is one. I know. I wasn't an enthusiast about vaccines. I still believe deeply in the elegance of vaccines as they should exist. But I'm not very alarmed at how they are produced, and I'm just even more alarmed at what all the vaccines. Many of us believe that vaccines were extremely elegant.
Weinstein and Cole Tucker that an alarming number of people may have died as a result of the COVID vaccine. Meanwhile, Albert $1 billion bet that turbo taxes are going to be on the rise. A cynical person might seem to make a connection between these two alarming facts about Pfizer, but I don't think that. Hello there, your awakening wonders. Thanks for joining us on our Voice to Truth and Freedom. Remember, we stream every day and we have a supporters movement telling you how you can participate in our movement and potentially avert the kind of global peculiarities that we're addressing right now. You will have seen perhaps Brett Weinstein on Tucker talking about how many people potentially died as a result of recent medical interventionism during the pandemic period. Indeed, we reported on that data capture from New Zealand that revealed that the figures could be as high as 17 million. Now, these are purely speculative figures at this stage, and I wouldn't like to posit anything other than that. But certainly we know that adverse events are extremely high. Certainly we know that reporting has been deliberately obfuscating and confusing around this matter. One thing that's for sure is that Pfizer and their CEO, Albert Bourla, are pretty confident that there's going to be a turbo cancer explosion all around the world. And guess what? There has been recently an unprecedented rise of cancer in young people, and scientists are baffled as to what could be causing it. I wonder if it's comparable to the recent rise of heart disease around the world. Now, if you want to see us speaking about this campaign during our movement, details below. So let's get into this story now. By looking at Brett Weinstein, that turbo cancers are going to explode around the world. And you know, when Baller makes a moonshot, Baller hits the moon. He's like some sort of Bond villain. When that guy says, I'm going to hit the moon, there's going to be some new craters up there. So let's watch out for that. We'll also be looking at this extraordinary rise in cancer in the makers of mRNA actually had indemnity from legal prosecution. That would be an interesting piece of evidence as well, wouldn't it? First of all, it starts Brett Weinstein talking to Tucker about the potential numbers from recent medical interventions.
I was recently at a conference in Romania on the COVID crisis. So there was a lot of work trying to unpack what we actually understand.
I love Brett Weinstein. He always looks a little bit down, doesn't he? I feel like Brett Weinstein, even if he didn't do the first COVID, he'd still be putting out Kevin and I watching this. But listen, I'll throw it at the bin. No, I like it. No, it's not good enough. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it.
I saw a credible estimate of something, 17 million deaths, that global aid from this technology. So
17 million deaths from the COVID vaccine? Those figures line up with what Steve Kerr said when he was on our show. New Zealand data breach, which obviously the legacy media are not reporting on. And as a side note, Tucker's done his hair slightly differently.
Well, when you scale up to billions, it's not hard to reach a number like that with the technology that's dangerous. People's willingness to accept the erosion of their rights because of a public health emergency has allowed this tyranny to use it as a Trojan horse. It's something people need to become aware of. There are a number of features of our environment. Basically, they are blind spots that we can't see past. Vaccine was one. And I know I was an enthusiast about vaccines. I still believe deeply in the elegance of vaccines as they should exist. But I'm now very alarmed at how they are produced. And I'm even more alarmed at what has been called a vaccine that doesn't meet the definition. Because many of us us believed that vaccines were an extremely elegant, low harm, high efficacy method of preventing disease. When they called this mRNA technology a vaccine, many of us gave it more credibility than we should have.
When you see legacy media reporting on figures like Brett Weinstein and indeed the perspectives of people like Brett, it's always astonishing to actually see them and how diffident and considered and scientific and gentle they are. Because of course in legacy media they're talked about as like hysterical, hyperbolic. What this type of media has revealed to us is there are a variety of perspectives that have to be condemned as hysterical because otherwise they seem completely reasonable. What he's saying there is that he has all manner of respect for vaccine technology, but what happened in the last couple of years was an intervention that used the word vaccine as a kind of veil to mask what they actually were. And all of you guys that you know in the chat and the comments commonly use phrases like experimental technology and stuff like that. And clearly that's a pretty valid perspective.
If they had called it a gene transfection technology, we would have thought, wait, what? You know, that sounds highly novel and it sounds dangerous, and how much do we know about the long-term applications?
Also, we know that there was so much marketing pumped into vaccines. It's all of the musical numbers, the government campaigns. They didn't just plainly and pragmatically say, listen, this is a new technology that we have in the world. It was extraordinary, bombastic, distracting. In fact, all of the evangelism, hysteria, and zeal exists on the apparently rational side of the argument, where the counter-narrative, those that are inquiring, those that might refer to ourselves as the resistance, are a variety of characters, but many of them involve highly rational, quite calming.
But because they call it a vaccine, people are not much more willing to accept it.
But before we get into Albert Bourla's new moonshot, turbo cancers, here at last, let's at first examine whether or not pharmaceutical companies are opportunistic and would see crises as a great chance to make money, explore new techniques, or even create market conditions that would otherwise be inconceivable.
Ultimately, the mRNA vaccines are an example for that cell and gene therapy. I always like to say, if we had surveyed 2 years ago that in the public, would you be willing to take gene or cell therapy and inject it into your body? We would have probably had a 95% refusal rate.
What if we were to terrify you for a couple of years? Would you consider then, oh, I suppose I'm terrified, the wife was shame to. Oh, yeah, shame, I would like that. And we lock you in your home, of course. Oh, I'll take your damn product.
I think this pandemic has also opened many people's eyes to.
Yes, it's certainly opened a lot of people's eyes. That's part of the problem, isn't it? They went too far. They overplayed their hand. Many people's eyes are opening.
To innovation in a way that was maybe not possible before.
Okay, so we've seen now Weinstein's claim that the vaccine wasn't even really a vaccine. We've seen people from within the industry saying it was extraordinary and admitting that they were opportunistic in their approach to this. Now, let's get to Pfizer's new moonshot, turbo cancers. Many of you will know that it's accepted, even sort of quasi-mainstream media critique, that Pfizer aren't an innovative pharmacological company where scientists are in laboratories doing all sorts of experiments. This is me being a scientist. Come on, get 8 mouses, splash that one. Oh my God, my eyes! No, Pfizer operate more like a venture capitalist organization, in this case buying up a smaller company that's been working on medications for turbo cancers. They've recently paid over the odds $43 billion for a company that has a $2 billion a year turnover, which seems to suggest that Albert Bourla and Pfizer think that turbo cancers are going to be a big thing in the future. Why would they think that? What's the evidence? What is that prognosis, dark as it may be for the rest of us, based on? Well, cancer is seemingly on the rise, and we'll be telling you a little bit more about that in young people. We've already seen excess sudden deaths. We've seen myocarditis, pericarditis, unexplained heart attacks. That's it. Now, there's a rise of cancer. What's happened lately? What could be causing this mysterious flare-up in all sorts of diseases? Let me know in the comments and chat. Here, though, is Albert Bourla talking about his new moonshot. And I like the way they keep continually selling this as if he's some sort of brilliant, genius entrepreneur, rather than a person who appears to be exploiting misery for money.
Lastly, what is Pfizer's next moonshot and how do you expect to get there?
He's not even what is Pfizer's next moonshot? Come on, get into it. This is a moonshot.
Where we put all our efforts, because again, based on the discussion of eco-strategy, we think we have the capabilities to make a difference. And there is a huge need
Gotta help people. Gotta help them.
from the world to see a difference with cancer.
With all this corruption in the world, it's nice to know there are some things we can rely on, like your love, your tenacity and vitality, and our partners, like Field of Greens. You may have made a resolution to eat healthy this year, but are you going to actually be able to do it? That's a lot trickier, isn't it? Better nutrition, you know, is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet can even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is my healthy super fruit and vegetable habit. I've put down all the others. I've picked up Field of Greens. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises you better health. It's like a contract. At your next checkup with your physician, your doctor either says to you, I know you're unhealthy, or your money back. Your vitamins or green drinks promise better health. They're not able to. They're not able to offer you the doctor pledge. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your mighty heart, others your glorious lungs, the wings of the heart, others the kidneys, others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. So if you resolve to get healthy in 24 and you know you've got to in a crazy year ahead, it starts with Field of Greens. That's me. I've got you 15% off the first order and free rush shipping. They're going to rush it and use the promo code GRAND. That's promo code GRAND at brickhouserussell.com. brickhouserussell.com. Now, get healthy up in 24 and let's get back to the crazy world that we've got to get healthy for if we're going to defy these demonic forces that are trying to destroy us.
It's all about empowerment, disproportionately investing capital over there.
It's very this event, an event like this, isn't it? Like something going on at Oxford University, plainly about economics, talking about cancer from the perspective of profit. Many of you, of course, statistically have had cancer or know people about cancer. And to hear it just spoken about in terms of a business opportunity is kind of a little. Again, the pandemic period was revelatory. It revealed things that were always present up until the pandemic. Normal anti-establishment folk used to just not trust Pfizer, and because of like stuff like Purdue Pharma and the opioid crisis and the Sackler family, that numerous times that Pfizer has made massive settlements out of court. But suddenly, during the pandemic period, they got sort of reframed as kind of the Avengers. Someone's literally using the Avengers in some of their promos. Why are academia, the corporate world, and pharmacology all teaming together to present disease as a kind of business opportunity? Well, that's the reality of the world we live in. But how something extraordinary happened in the last few years to make people more sick, or keep people sick, or just to treat the world as one big marketplace of brotherly proud, sick, insipid people that just eat dreadful food and have to make ourselves better using moon juice spurted out from Paula. So I found myself a bit sick there.
And disproportionately organizing the whole organization to make sure that this area is well equipped to be successful.
Okay, let's look at some of the financial details around Paula's investment. He says there that the next moonshot is cancer. Let's have a look at where Pfizer put their money where your cancer is. Pfizer stunned the medical world, completing the $43 billion acquisition of Seagen, a small drug company that treats turbo cancers and barely makes $2 billion per year. We're struggling to get Pfizer on barely $2 billion a year. What day is it? It's Christmas Day, of course. So, run down there and give me your finest juice and some drugs for turbo cancers. They're going to be big this year. The acquisition in Pfizer becomes the largest oncology company in the world, capable of treating most turbo cancers. But we're all going to be getting turbo cancer. Do not leave your home for 6 months, otherwise you will get turbo cancer. Wear a mask, put on a hat, otherwise it's turbo cancer for you. Merry Christmas. However, the nature of the acquisition has left many people scratching their heads. Probably one of the symptoms of turbo cancer. Why would Pfizer, flush with the enormous profits it has reaped for its mRNA vaccine, to be called a vaccine, overpaid $43 billion for a small cancer drug company? Pfizer does not need the cash. It will also receive $31 billion in debt just to purchase Seagen. So that's extraordinary. Pfizer are backing the idea that turbo cancers are about to become extremely profitable to the tune of $43 billion. That's an interesting move. Because ultimately, that's the bottom line. That's what we can read. Remember, our most reliable information came not from the medical establishment, but from insurance companies who are like, we can't be insuring people, they keep dying for no reason all of a sudden. So money matters, particularly when trying to get some verifiable data to make it. But it gets even worse. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla did a media interview tour about the $43 billion Seagen acquisition. Here are the key takeaways from his interviews.
33% of people will get turbo cancer in the future. Of this is certain. You're not getting turbo cancer. You're not getting turbo cancer. You know.
You're not going to lose your job. You're not going to lose your job. You know, you're not going to lose your job.
Entire families will be affected. Again, you're certain. The new cancer treatments are like missiles that will target most turbo cancers. Once again, we see the militaristic language deployed that we became familiar with during the pandemic period, how it had to be framed as a war. Do you remember that kind of the amount of effort that went into that? Do your part, do your bit. This is kind of like our war. At the beginning, like the fun bit of the pandemic, remember the fun bit? Oh, we're all staying indoors. There were sort of songs and memes and stuff like that. The language that's used around these things is interesting and potentially revealing. Pfizer will produce them at a scale that has never been seen before. Well, that's weird. Almost like they've recently had practice in setting up operations where they can issue drugs at an unprecedented level. How extraordinary. Almost like in our country, the UK, Moderna were given taxpayer money to set up factories to continue to create medications for that aren't currently here. Although there's a WHO treaty coming to a country in years to show that you will pay for future pandemics. By 2025, Pfizer will have a global network. We have a very quick way of completing. How does that involve using minimal number of mouses to reach very profitable conclusions? How do you get access to the labs? Well, I don't know, just follow some of the facts that they flat in through your open air vents. Will be produced at scale, just like they're using that as if that's like this is a sequel, as if that was something we're all pleased with. Remember the success of mRNA? Well, I've got some questions. Well, it's even better because this time it's cancer. Think about what Paula is telegraphing with this information. Why would any company need to produce cancer treatments at a scale never before seen? Why would Pfizer, of all companies, be willing to bet tens of billions of dollars on turbo cancer continuing to explode at exponential rates around the world in coming years? Seeking Alpha analysis theorizes it's going to take Pfizer at least a decade just to break even from this deal. Financially, this $43 billion acquisition makes no sense for Pfizer unless Paula knows something about the future. They're not telling us. But remember, what we're looking for here is a connection between Brett Weinstein saying that many more people than has been surmised have died as a result of and Albert Bourla's latest investment. Let's have a look at the Florida Surgeon General talking about potential risks of the vaccine before looking to see whether or not there has been a rise in cancer in young people there.
It's also developing right now. Florida Surgeon General says for us to stop getting the COVID vaccine.
McKinsey is joining us live in the Alert Center tonight. So, Hannah, he says watching the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines is a problem.
Yeah, Luann, John, Florida Surgeon General Dr. Latipo says he has safety concerns pertaining to the discovery of billions of DNA fragments found per dose in the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccine.
Love you.
And he says those concerns have not been addressed by the FDA or the CDC. Says if the risks of DNA integration with COVID vaccines cannot be addressed, then the vaccines aren't appropriate for use in humans.
So that only applies to humans. So not all bad for the mouses. They're presumably fine.
Excuse me. He says he sent letters to the heads of the FDA and the CDC specifically questioning how this would impact humans in three main areas. Healthy human genes being transformed into cancerous cells.
Could cause cancer, then, I suppose. And would it cause those cancers slowly or quickly? And quite quickly, turbo speed. Yeah, turbo cancer, yes,
chromosomal instability, and how the integration could affect unintended parts of the body, such as the heart, brain, lungs, even the injection site itself.
It's cynical. What we've heard of any heart issues in people that have been vaccinated. Although it was initially dismissed as conspiracy theory, we now know that many vaccine-like products do affect the heart. But cancers, Albert Bourla certainly didn't believe a lot of people are going to be getting cancer soon. But is there any evidence from an island to a tumor?
Among younger people, it says more people are getting colorectal cancer and more people are dying from it. While the cause of the uptick is not clear, doctors say they do have theories about what may be driving the rise of those subnoculous.
Doctors are sounding the alarm about cancer diagnoses on the rise in people younger than 50.
And maybe the scariest thing about that is that we actually don't know what is driving this uptick.
Colorectal cancer is just one of the several common cancers on the rise in young adults under 50 in the past 20 years.
A new report from the American Cancer Society anticipates 153,000 new colorectal cancer cases this year and about 52,000 deaths. 60% of new cases are advanced stage disease, and rates are increasing among younger people.
Shockingly, 1 in 5 people who will be diagnosed presently are younger than 55 years of age, which is for cancer.
Doctors aren't sure what's driving that trend, but say more than half of colorectal cancers are attributed to factors under your control, like diet, exercise, and smoking.
It's not fault that cancer, and if Albert Bourla makes the money out of that, that's not although it did fund the research and development for many of the products that have made Pfizer so rich in the first place. It's your fault. So there you have it, a story in which it becomes clear that more people appear to have died than is being publicly acknowledged as a result of medical administrations in the last couple of years. Information that is repressed about myocarditis, pericarditis, and other heart conditions is now entering the mainstream. We are seeing Albert Bourla and Pfizer investing heavily in turbo cancers, and elsewhere we're seeing cancer on the rise. The cynical, skeptical, analytical, and discerning person might think that there's some connection between all these phenomena. A drug that was introduced to the marketplace without significant or even sufficient trialing has potential side effects that we're still learning about. I don't make any historical assumptions or random or ridiculous connections, but essentially the way that this has been handled, the way this has been reported on, the way that information has been controlled, repressed, obfuscated, diluted, misrepresented, it seems to me that all of us would do well to remain very, very discerning, awake, and aware when it comes to the business theory of pharmaceutical science globally. If Albert Bourla thinks that turbo cancers are going to be on the rise, and cancer more generally is on the rise in young people, I think it's appropriate to stay awake and alert and be very, very careful what medications you take, because some of the consequences and side effects could be literally fatal. So that's what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat below? Let me know how you're staying across this complicated and evolving story and what it's done to your trust in the media, your trust in the state, and how you would like to see your life and your community organised subsequently. Remember, we are part of a movement that's resisting this kind of change and this type of corruption. If you'd like to join us, click the link in the description. We'd love to have you. More important than any of that, if you can, please. Agree.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live streams. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Our quest continues. Our quest being to deliver all the news that the viewers need to hear about to them every morning with every until we depart this clinic. You're here for the long haul. What are we talking about today?
All right, well, Robbie, another fact that Epstein documents are out. Here's what you need to know. Newly unsealed deposition records from 2016 reveal Epstein accused of Virginia and Gray told prosecutors that she was paid $15,000 to have sex with Prince Andrew in the 1990s.
We knew this shit
Gray also
already.
claimed he recalled at least 2 occasions where former President Bill Clinton visited Epstein's island and dined with young women. She did not confirm any sexual abuse on. When asked whether the former president was a witness to the sexual abuse of minors, this Secretary said yes, he would be a witness because he knew what my purpose there was for Jeffrey if he visited Jeffrey. She added, there's pictures of nude girls all around the house at all of his houses, and it's something that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't shy about admitting to people. Secretary also reported seeing Donald Trump at Epstein's properties, but again did not accuse him of abuse.
The friend did name other names as well. She said she was trafficked. Secret CEO Lex Wexner more than 5 times. She also said she was made to have sex with at least 2 American politicians, including former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson and former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell. She also named American businessman Glenn Dubin and former modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, and one other person whose name is still redacted in these documents, interestingly enough. Meanwhile, Epstein's brother, Mark, got into it with Leland Bittert on News Nation last night. Let's watch.
There's very few people who knew him the way you did. And you hear all these allegations that he was providing women, some of age, some not of age, to other men to compromise them. There's allegations of videotapes and on, but
does all that surprise you, or you hear about that and you kind of go, gee, there was always something about him that as a brother, you go, that kind of makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense to me. I think he was just, like you said, he was just having a good time. He definitely was like having a good time. And unfortunately, he
Hold on, there's a big difference though between having.
I wasn't there. The rest of you is speculate, and I really don't speculate because I wasn't there.
And look, I wouldn't want to know this. I don't have a brother, but I wouldn't want to know this about anybody I loved. The allegations are frankly revolting when you hear about what your brother is doing. On a personal level, I'm a family member, so I appreciate you discussing with us. I think there's a lot of people who want more answers.
So many of these, names that we're seeing are names we've heard before. We've heard Bill Richardson before. Obviously, John Luke Brunel is someone who I believe also died suicide in prison. These are the people, names we've heard. You can read in the filings where the witness Virginia Dufresne, going through how many times it was. Has difficulty remembering exactly when it was and exactly what age she was at the time, but says that Bill Clinton would have been aware of what was going on, though did not specifically witness it. Again, says Donald Trump there at times, although there was no sexual activity with him. So a lot of what we've already heard. There is this redaction still in here, which is pretty remarkable because
Talk about UFOs.
who she has accused in recording this filing of sexual misconduct.
I want to hear more
Not just
about
being
all the
being around or something, but actually engaging in illegal sexual activity with her.
Yeah, look, on some level, this is getting incredible to have to parse in this way, knowing what we already know about Epstein. And I think that interview with Epstein's brother really foregrounds how we're all kind of tiptoeing around the obvious. Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of procuring children for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute back in 2008. He was a convicted sex offender for well over a decade before he ended up in most recently where he died.
Oh, no.
That combined with testimony like Dufresne when he's talking about how there were pictures of nude women all over his houses, that he wasn't afraid or shy about talking about his predilections. And the amount of time and the frequency with which these high-profile figures, whether it's Bill Clinton or Donald Trump, were at those properties and in proximity with Epstein, the way it feels as though everyone should have known, especially given that people were continuing these relationships long after the point in time in which he was already a convicted child sex trafficker. So for the brother to sit there and be like, I don't really know he's my brother. I wasn't there. In relationship to your brother, who apparently was so open about his habits that he had framed pictures of these women all around his house. You have Donald Trump being famously quoted as having said about Epstein, it is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger.
It's reminiscent of the fact that jokes were told about Harvey Weinstein, like at award ceremonies. Family Guy made a joke about it, like. For years and years, there were jokes about him, and every time, but on some level, that's what was going on. That's what it reminds me of.
And Melinda Gates separating from Bill Gates in part over her discomfort with their relationship. I mean,
and Bill Gates is frankly one of the worst offenders here in terms of continuing to associate with Epstein long after his criminal behavior was prosecuted, was that he was convicted of. And continuing to have a business relationship with him, continuing emails. That's also true of these couple of officials at Bank of America and in the Virgin Islands, etc. So, it continues to be lurid and horrible.
I mean,
it's not just having a good time. I'm glad Leland, of course, jumped on him from saying that, because it's not just having a good time when you're partying too hard.
The girls that were around, and apparently, according to Dufresne, the purpose of their presence was known. Now, it's hard for me to imagine that wouldn't be the case. Why else would a bunch of 60-year-old men have some girl who is not their peer in business, in politics, in life, in any respect, around all of the time. Let's not act Pollyanna. Let's not act like we were born yesterday. So, I mean, the implications of this are interesting because there is, on some level, even from Blue Fish, you're saying, I cannot attest to these powerful people like Trump or Clinton having personally used the quote-unquote services, personally engaged in sex trafficking with these girls, use these girls and have sex trafficked for that purpose, have them sex trafficked for that purpose. However, and so the criminal element, this isn't a conversation about their criminal culpability, at least at this point, but I think that doesn't preclude having a conversation about what this means about society, what it means to be a elite culture of protecting the bad habits and bad actions of the elite among us. If some of the most powerful people in the world, British royal family, who have been accused of actually engaging in these sex acts, are able to do so with a level of impunity that they are openly hanging out with a convicted sex offender for years without the press, without their other powerful peers, without anybody who
himself was able to do it with impunity at some level. He was prosecuted and then got a life sentence and house arrest, and then was able to get right back at it. He was able to lobby the government of the Virgin Islands to change their sex offender laws to make his life less inconvenient. And that's remarkable.
And it's worth noting also when he got that sweetheart deal from a prosecutor who ended up being Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor, who had to quietly step down when that came to light. But even that didn't have anywhere close to the level of fanfare that we're now engaging in over speculation about, say, Hunter Biden's business practices. I would argue that this merits at least as much scrutiny.
One more thing I wanted to note. I've covered a lot of sex crimes cases for young people when they interact with social media. I used to cover just kind of school policies and school disciplinary. And they're really sad, frustrating stories. Teens exchanging dirty photos of each other, and if they're one is 16 and one is 17, it's different every state. But it can often count as child pornography, and you get these really harsh sentences and sex offender registration for kids who are engaging in, again, not their parent, should be grounded or something, but they're not sex criminals for having interest in people their own age. But they get the book thrown at them, they get their lives wrecked, they get no access to electronics, and these charges stick, they're hard to get around. So the idea that people in that situation have no way out of a totally unfair but the law, the way it's written, they're screwed. But the most powerful people, accused of, and then in Jeffrey Epstein's case, found guilty of disgusting transgressions of the law, it's a minor inconvenience. It's incredible. It's very sad.
Yes, one rule for the billionaire class, another rule for the rest of us, it seems. Stick around, we have more rising for you right after this.
Je te garantis que j'ai jamais vu une chose comme ça.
Voyons. Ça va?
Je connais ce nez, ça montre pas l'appareil.
Ça, c'est vrai.
Mais on va te dire, je suis pas. Je veux que toi, on va s'en tenir contre Dieu.
Économie fitness, il n'y a pas à être traqué jusqu'au jour.
Military veteran and Oath Keepers chapter president Ray Epps is free. Epps was sentenced to a year of probation for participating in the 2021 Capitol riots yesterday. Epps also received a $500 fine and was ordered to serve 100 hours of community service. Last week, prosecutors had recommended 6 months of jail time for Epps. Reporter Greg Price wrote on X, Ray Epps, the only January 6th protester who actually told people to go into the Capitol, has been officially sentenced to 1 year probation, $500 restitution, and 100 hours of community service. While many J6 protesters are rotting in jail for nonviolent crimes, Epps escapes a prison term entirely. Here's footage of Epps from that day.
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol.
Meanwhile, new footage released by the Justice Department shows a heated exchange between two Republican congressmen and Capitol rioters on January 6th. Let's watch. Now, that last video was shot by Damon Beckley, who was found guilty of obstructing the Electoral College certification and civil disorder by a federal judge for CNN. Meanwhile, the White House has slammed former President Donald Trump for referring to January 6 rioters as hostages during a speech over the weekend. And to quote, release the day 6 hostages, and White House Press Secretary Jean-Pierre responded, is grotesque to make those kinds of comparisons.
I will just again note that if Donald Trump considered them hostages or political prisoners, and this was so important to him, he could have freed them while in his last few days, as many of his very conservative supporters urged him to do so. He declined to take that action.
Yeah.
Make him back, if you will.
What I make of that is that the Republican Party was embarrassed and humiliated and slinking around like a dog with its tail between its legs in the wake of January 6th. There's been a lot of revisionism going on right now, but a lot of folks who are also echoing and immediately after January 6th, it was a shameful event, and the Republican Party needed to do some introspection. Now, we were here, all of these years later, where there's an effort to rehabilitate what happened. But even frankly, watching the video, I know we're supposed to be focused on Ray Epps calling people to go into the Capitol, but the argument is on of people push over barricades, assault police officers, and force them their way into the Capitol. It's hard to reduce what happened on 1/6 to the actions of one man or say that his saying out loud that we should go into the Capitol, and that was the clear desire and intent of thousands of people as they push past the barricades. It seems reductive.
Well, I agree, but I think the criticism is that Democrats and the media have tried to do exactly that with respect to Donald Trump, put it all on one man.
Yeah, sure.
When in fact, this was a chaotic, confused day involving thousands of protesters, many of them who did absolutely nothing wrong, who were just engaging in First Amendment protected activity, some who unquestionably violated the law, like the people just on camera, anyone who knocked down barricades, fought with cops, smashed windows, ran the Capitol in such fashion should absolutely have been arrested and prosecuted, and I have no opposition to that. We must be a party, as Donald Trump conceded at one point, of law and order that is purportedly important to Republicans, so I don't have any problem with that. I do understand why some, again, while still acknowledging that there is no evidence that none has been presented to me, if you have some, show it. Show us the evidence. People can't just make claims and not have anything to back it up. But I understand that people finding it fishy that a man on camera repeatedly over and over again saying we should people to go to the Capitol, being called out. That's the funny thing, being called out by all the people around him, saying because the person, if you're in far right activist circles, the person inducing you to commit crimes is sometimes someone being paid by the government to do so, as was the case in
That's also what you can say about Donald Trump. If a person calling for people to march to the Capitol and telling them that their rights are being stripped away inside is the one that's culpable. And in defense of Donald Trump, and I think his speech, it should not be criminalized on the day of 1/6. So I just frankly don't think you can have it both ways. I agree with you. There's an interesting parallel between how Democrats are framing Donald Trump and how Republicans are framing Ray Epps. But I think it's appropriate in either case to have been loudest and caught on camera, as opposed to the people who actually committed the violence, who are serving sentences on average of only 2 months.
Prosecutors have treated Ray Epps. I mean, in the document for sentencing, they talk about how it's how it's so sad for him. He's just doing a day in prison.
But do you deny that he has been the focus of a multi-year right-wing conservative attack that's been very prominent on Fox News with people like Tucker Carlson specifically calling him an op and a fed without that in a way initiated by investigation, and that people that he's had to have concerns about safety and the like as a consequence of those attacks.
I'm just telling you why many conservatives
have questions about his involvement and whether there was something not quite above board there.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go down, not you, but if conservatives want to go down that road, because it really is identical to what's happening with Donald Trump, except at a smaller scale. And if you want to go down the path of saying that the person who was loud with their speech on the day that something happened is the most culpable,
Okay.
as opposed to the people who actually committed the malfeasance.
Rayabs did use the words "go into the Capitol" repeatedly. Donald Trump, now I think his rhetoric was reckless and inflamed the crowd, and you can assign moral blame to him for what happened. He did not instruct the protesters to engage in violence or to enter the Capitol. He said, I mean, it was more vague than that. I'm not making excuses for it. You can think it was totally inappropriate. I certainly do. You can think it was an impeachable offense. But he did not specifically say go into the Capitol premises. He asked his people to march to the Capitol. He said he would be joining them to do that. But he said he did not. He did not. He said we should project strength. He did not. With even the direct language that Rayabs did, tell people to go in. So anyway, we will be continuing to litigate January 6th for some time to come, I suspect, as it is the focus of all these Donald Trump-esque trials to some degree. And I don't think it's necessarily good for the Republican Party to be backward looking toward it, but here we are.
It's also the focus of so much conservative media who has made the decision, an unforced decision, a completely voluntary decision, to make the people that we just watch in those clips into heroes and to frame them as political
I mean, I think that's a reaction to the mainstream media's framing of January 6th as akin to, and not just the media, frankly, but actually the prosecutors of people like Enrico Tarrio as a kind of terrorist attack, as a psychic attack on the nation on par with 9/11. We watched Jonathan Capehart on MSNBC the other day literally tearing up